All right. Hey, folks. Hope you guys curious who showed up from the last video. Uh, Say hey, let me know. Just curious. I'm trying something new. I don't make as many videos these days just because I'm busy on the homestead project. But it's kind of fun when I haven't posted something for a while and it gets a ton of views. Like that last video I posted about the New World Order got a ton of views, despite the fact that that YouTube puts this stupid banner on it. Right? It's funny. And the other thing too that I do is that I don't monetize videos that I have a strong message in. And I've had strikes. I had one strike before on YouTube, and it's because advertisers come at you because they're butthurt about putting an ad on your right-wing neo-Nazi content, right? So it's that's how I kind of get around it, because I don't say the things that I say because I need the money. The way I make money online is different than a lot of other content creators, and we just offer straight up value. People think I hear haters and trolls be like, "Oh, you're grifting." It's like, no. Grifting is when you're asking money for nothing. I provide value. I'm a working class guy. I've always been that way. I don't go out and just ask for money for nothing. If I'm going to ask for money, it's because I'm offering you a service that is valuable. And so, anyways, it's kind of people. It's funny watching some of the haters and the butthurt from the climate change message, and people accuse me of grifting. But it's like, no. I offer products and services that are valuable and that can help you, and that's not grifting. That's just business, and we live in a capitalist world, folks. And so, anyways, I was just going to trickle in, say hello. I'll be watching the chat in a second. I'm just trying to get some of my windows orientated, and we're just going to have a fun gravy stream. I wrote down some notes as in the chat from you guys when you were I asked early in that last video what you wanted me to talk about, and I wrote some stuff down. And I appreciate I appreciate you guys, and I appreciate people who ask good questions. And I'm just going to go back to that video so I can pump in the live stream link for this. Now, exclamation point, there we go. Pin that comment. Okay. Perfect. All right. So what we're gonna do in this one is I'll keep riffing on some stuff. There's even some stuff that I didn't even say about climate change in there that I could have that I might riff on a little bit more, because it is people. It's funny too, because I see I was watching the comments the whole time, and sometimes people like to say, "Oh, Curtis, don't address the haters." Yeah, I get that, because I have thick skin. It's not easy having 500,000 subscribers on YouTube. If you don't have thick skin, you're not going to last in this. So I can take the hate. It doesn't faze me. I don't go to sleep pissed off and whatever. But I like addressing haters because I like debate, and I don't want to ever live in an echo chamber. And so I surround myself with leftist opinions because it makes me stronger, because it actually makes me a better debater. And I would happily go to head with anybody in my space. I mean, what's the point of me going head to head with some guy on the IPCC when we could get Tim Ball or somebody who's more qualified to represent that opinion? But I'd go head to head on anybody else that's just kind of whatever person who has an opinion about climate change, especially some of my old leftist friends. I would love to debate them, but they wouldn't do that, because their ad hominem attacks and straw man and red herrings won't pass the gates because I'll call it out. And that's what, even when I read some of the comments, and there was one guy in here, I'm going to bring him up, and maybe he's in here. Oh shit, I got to go back. Oh, the chat in the other one's gone now. Anyways, I think his name was pseudo something. And he says in the chat, he says, oh, Curtis says don't make claims while he makes a pile of claims. And I said, okay, you show me, where's the claims? And then he came back and had nothing and said, oh, actually, I do agree with you that there's major conflict of interest. It's like, yeah, dude, I've thought about this shit. I was a bona fide leftist. I was a bona fide environmentalist. I used to have that on my business card, actually, that I was, what did I used to call myself? Some kind of activist, food activist, or some self-righteous lame thing. I have no problem with criticizing who I used to be. I'm glad that I changed. I've become a better person, and I know I'm more suited to talk about these things because I've actually gone through it. I've actually been in the trenches with these people. I used to march in climate change marches. I used to lead critical mass bike rides for climate change. So I've done all this shit. I've heard the arguments. I used to defend these positions for many years. So when I see these leftists chiming in on the chat saying, "Oh, he's probably a Trump supporter," which I'm not, and I made a strong case against Trump in that video. Oh, I know other people that believe conspiracy theories, and it's like, no, you actually don't, because you're not actually listening to the argument. And a lot of these people that make these blanket terms of, oh, conspiracy theory, which doesn't really mean anything, because even if you're a local police department, if you work at the local police department and you're investigating a crime, you've got a conspiracy theory. You might have an idea of how the crime was committed, and then you go investigate, right? So the term conspiracy theory literally means nothing, because if you don't believe in conspiracy theories or don't believe that conspiracy theories exist, you are not in reality. You are completely, you don't understand history or even the world as it is right now, because you need a conspiracy theory to solve a crime. So the term conspiracy theory was just created by the CIA, and that's on the record. There's declassified documents that talk about where that term was created and why, and it goes back to the JFK thing. But they create these terms to dehumanize people, and so it's so funny when leftists try to criticize me and say, "Oh, you're now a far right this or a neo-Nazi or whatever." Is that they're calling me the proverbial N-word. That's literally what you're doing. You're dehumanizing somebody. So they said something you don't agree with, or you don't have skin color I don't like, or whatever it is. You dehumanize them by not attacking their argument or their position, but by attacking them. And if you want to really watch a fantastic debate, I watched it not too long ago. It was Douglas Murray and Matt Taibbi against Malcolm Gladwell, who I've actually read a lot of his books. I used to really like him. And that idiot Michelle Goldberg, she was terrible. They could have picked a far better leftist to hold that position. But anyways, the debate was about, has the mainstream media gone too far? Is it basically redundant now? And Matt Taibbi and Douglas Murray represented the position of, yes, it's gone too far. It's over. The mainstream media is irrelevant. And then these two, Malcolm Gladwell wrote for the New York Times still does, maybe 30 years or so. And Michelle Goldberg, I think she writes for the Times too, whatever. She's some editorial journalist for some popular leftist rag. And this debate, it was unbelievable because it showed the irrationality of leftists, environmentalists, what have you, who cannot debate because they've been in an echo chamber for so long. Like the universities, we all know this, are 99% leftist. You're lucky to find a professor and any recognizable student body that represents a conservative or more a freedom libertarian position. So the thing is, the reality is that in the arena of debate, leftists have got really soft because they have been in an echo chamber for the longest time. And if you challenge any of their positions, you get gang beat. You get, not literally, well, sometimes maybe BLM might come show up sometime, but you get hammered. And so conservatives these days are the new punk rockers. It's just the reality of it. We're the underdogs, and we have stronger arguments and stronger individuals. A lot of us are Spartans because it's not easy to defend these positions. Not saying that every conservative can defend a position, of course, wouldn't make that claim. But you have to be thick-skinned and tough to maintain a position. If you stood up to the COVID lockdowns, you toughened up pretty damn hard. It was hard to hold that position. I'll admit it. I hate to admit it, but there were times where I never wore a mask, but I would put my shirt over my nose just because I had to get, when I was in the middle of construction, when we first started, there was a couple stores, primarily the main one was BC Fasteners in Kelowna. They would not let me in. And it was my neighbor who worked there, my ex-neighbor who worked there. And he was fucking militant and he would not let me in if I didn't put a stupid thing over my nose. So there were times where I had to just put on a damn mask, but I made a stink of it every time. I had security called on me multiple times. I was threatened dozens of times, mostly by women, I will say. Only one time it was a man. But it was hard to do that. And I'll tell you what, 2 years off or a year off the COVID lockdowns, I'm ready to go right back into the fray. As soon as they try this shit again, every place I shop at, I'm going to hold my ground. And my position is going to be this time too, is I'm going to hammer it until they call the police. And I'm going to insist that they call the police, and I want a ticket. I want to be fined. I want it on the record. I want the person who's calling the police on me on the record. I want it all on the record, and I'll take it to fucking court. No problem. And in Canada, I don't know how it went in the US, but in Canada, the vast majority of cases or charges that were filed or fines were all discharged. I mean, even look at Chris Sky. Okay, Chris Sky, I think he's broken a record in Canada for the most amount of charges and the least amount of convictions. He's had something like 30 or something charges and 0 convictions. And so that's one thing too, you know, people just don't understand the law. And it does kind of drive me crazy. Even this whole Trump thing, which I don't buy into, and it's just a big distraction. It's a big TV show just to get you back invested in the system. But in a way, it's a form of gaslighting. And I think they're even doing it with the legal system and showing, oh, indictments. Indictments are kind of like charges. They're not, it's not a conviction. It's not the deal's not done. I'm struggling to find the other legal term, but a charge doesn't mean anything because a charge in the system of commerce that we're in is a charge, right? It's a charge, just like when you go and charge your card to go through the car wash, or the restaurant has an invoice for you. It's a charge, you pay it. But everything in law has remedy, and everything in the color of law has remedy. And so you can challenge any fine, and it's not that hard to do. It's actually not hard to do at all. People think you need to know all this free man on the land stuff. And I use that term not derogatively, but just as a way to communicate an idea that you need to watch 100 hours of Dean Clifford videos in order to go into court and stand something down. You don't need to know any of that shit. You can go in as the person right into the court and defend your case, because in law, in Canada and the US, we have equity. We have equity of law. So there's courts of law and there's courts of equity. They're different things, but they both kind of exist. And so if you go to, and the way they'll trick you too is that a lot of courts aren't actually courts anymore. There's not even a real judge there. They're just some sort of clerk or administrator. And so what you want to do is just keep taking the case up. And it's the same thing. I've got a buddy, why the fuck can't I think? Oh, it'll come. I'll come back to that. But it's the thing when it's the same thing as they just throw all this stuff out at you, and they expect you to be intimidated. It's kind of like that Jordan Peterson thing with this tribunal of the College of Psychologists. There's another guy. Why am I drawing a blank right now with fucking my buddy in the PPC's name, Sean? My buddy Sean Taylor, who ran in the PPC, he has the College of Nurses coming after him with this so-called tribunal and so many different types of fines. It's completely fictitious, bogus. They have nothing on you unless you want your license. It's the same thing with the Jordan Peterson thing. if you wanted to red pill people, and I told Sean Taylor this because he's all stressed out, he's paying money for a lawyer. It's like, dude, what are you doing? They want to milk you dry. That's how they get you. Don't ever get a lawyer. There's no point. Go in on your own power. You don't need to know anything special about the court. You don't need, just go in as the person, but go in and defend the case and stand in your authority. Defend yourself. And they'll throw this shit out. Because mostly what they want to do is use the illusion and the intimidation of the court to frighten you, to get you just to pay for lawyers and just pay for fines without challenging them. And they just want to economically hose you dry. That's how they do it. But with all these COVID fines and all that in Canada, most of it was thrown out. And here's the thing, you can always appeal. So you just keep kicking the can up. And so all these tribunals with the College of Nurses and psychologists and all that stuff, if you don't care about the license, go fuck yourself. I'm sorry to be so crude, but I'm going to be a little bit unhinged in this one. Is just, you got nothing. So Sean Taylor and Jordan Peterson with these College of Nurses and all this stuff, you go and there's nothing to it whatsoever. There's nothing to defend. Sean Taylor was fired as a nurse. So he was in the People's Party of Canada, which is Canada's kind of bona fide libertarian party. He ran and he was fired for unsavory opinions and all this stuff. And so he's fired. And now the College of Nurses wants him to come up and stand trial in a tribunal. It's not a court. It has no legal authority whatsoever. And they want him to stand trial, and he could literally just go in there. And I called him on the phone. I said, listen to me. He had already hired a lawyer. He's wasting his money that he could be spending on his homestead. Sorry, Sean, but I got to call you out on this one. Because for some reason you want to keep going on with this thing. But anyway, I told him, don't spend a dime on a lawyer. Show up at the tribunal and tell them to go fuck themselves. They literally have nothing on you except they can threaten to pull your license. They already fired you, so they have nothing on you. And they're going to say, well, we're going to fine you. Okay, send it to the court. I'll see you in court. They won't send it to court. They might try if they really want to make a show trial of it. They might try, and hopefully they do, because then you can go there and defend your first, you defend your position because everything he said was true. So the College of Nurses is coming after him for misinformation. All he's got to do is go into the court and show that that's true, which is easy to do. And I forget all the little tidbits he cited, but it was all BC CDC stuff and things like that. They're just facts on the record, verifiable. And so he can just go and defend his position, and then they have nothing. So it's the same thing with the Alex Jones case. It's the same thing with Trump's case in a large part, is that it's just a big show. And the show is actually meant to intimidate you, just kind of like the wildfires are meant to intimidate you. I've seen literally dozens of comments in the last, not the video from today, but the video from last time about, people saying, well, I wanted to live off grid, but now I'm rethinking it because wildfires happen. It's like, yeah, dude, that's what living in nature is. Don't be a pussy. It's like, that's like saying, well, I got this great job opportunity in the city in Dallas, Texas, and I don't want to go because I've heard you can get mugged in the city. It's like, yeah, dude, life has a risk. Toughen up, cupcake. Like, fuck. And so, so I'm going to riff on this, and I think a little bit more, and then I'm going to get into some, I want to talk about fire, actually, and fire mitigation and stuff. But yeah, the whole thing with all this. And so keep this in mind if they try to roll out the next COVID lockdown and all that stuff, is that fight it tooth and nail. Make them take you to court. Make them fire you. Make them fine you. Get everything on the record. Because here's a sort of a rationale way of thinking about it. There's no downside to challenging a fine except your time. There's no downside. So the fine isn't going to get worse. The worst outcome is that you're going to have to pay the original fine. That's your worst outcome. So there's no downside to challenging the system. whatsoever. Go right in the court as the person. Don't play the name game. Don't do the straw man thing. Don't try to pull one over on the judge. Don't try to argue with him or her. Just lay out the facts. And this is the great thing about where we are right now, is the facts are on our side. They literally are. With climate change, the facts are on our side completely. Where are the climate catastrophes? And if you're claiming that a hurricane or a wildfire is connected to increase in carbon, which is 0.04 of the atmosphere, the burden of proof is on you. And that's a hell of a burden, because that is an incredibly nuanced thing to try to prove, because it's not like it's just an experiment in a petri dish where everything that can be observable and what you're doing is right here. The climate, and I know a lot about climate because this is what I do right now, is I look at climate and analyze properties for people. And actually, we're going to look at some cool properties that are still for sale. And if some people are in the market, you might get some gravy that's so thick, I just saved you, I just saved your life. I'm going to show some properties that some of them are still for sale and the price has been reduced. But if your worst outcome is just, I got to pay a fine, well, whatever, there's no downside to just doing this. Going back to the thing on the legal side, my mind sometimes goes all over the place. These live streams are actually very challenging for me. I don't think I've ever said that, but my brain goes a mile a minute. And sometimes when I have things that distract me, that's why I wanted to present that last video on its own. Things that distract me, I just go, I'm talking about one thing, but then I'm seeing the chat, and then that reminds me of something else. Then my mind gets messed around. So sometimes it's challenging. But yeah, the thing is, the point I was making, going back to my point, is that the science is on our side with everything. The real science, not the science, but the scientific method, the body of evidence, the testimonies, the affidavits, the body of history is on our side, because the climate change narrative has been pumped for my entire life and beyond. And every prediction they've made hasn't come true. And I could have even said stuff like this in the video, but I just, I didn't, how much longer do I want to make it? We'll do it in a live stream. You go back to the early predictions of overpopulation, none of them have transpired. And overpopulation was the precursor, the fear of overpopulation was the precursor to the climate change movement, because what they had to do with all this stuff was rebrand. And that's what the New World Order does with everything. They have to rebrand and repackage communism so that you think that you're going to get a good shake. And so that because the New World Order it's same new boss, same as the old boss. New World Order is not the old world order. Old world order is the patriarchy, in a way, is a whole. I'm not even going to go down that rabbit hole, because it's goes back to the Book of Enoch. It's a rabbit hole. I'm not going to go there. But the New World Order, everything they do is to try to get you into something to make you go along with. So the New World Order was present in Soviet Stalinist Russia. The Bolsheviks were all influenced by the New World Order. Marx and Engels were funded by the Rockefellers. That's a bona fide fact. It's admitted by multiple sources. I think including Engels, actually, in one of his books, admits that they were rubbing shoulders with the industrialists, the big capitalists. Communism is funded by the thing that they say is the worst. Communism is created by the so-called bourgeoisie, the aristocrats, because if you can get the population to destroy each other, then you can keep in your echelon of power. And that's all climate change is, and that's all this stuff is. But they have to constantly rebrand because people keep waking up and being, it's BS, right? Falcon 1, show proof of what? The thing about the claim about Marx. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to stop everything to go and dig it up, but go and you can find that information. Communism was completely funded by the Bolsheviks, right? It was created by the upper class. This is all easy to prove. And so what's my point about all that? That they have to rebrand constantly. So here's another funny one, is how Marxism had to rebrand. James Lindsay's a really good guy to listen to. If you guys don't listen to James Lindsay, man, he is on the tip of the spear of completely Shaolin monkeying the entire neo-Marxist, cultural Marxist narrative. He's got it. He's got everything they show, because he's done the work to go into all of the studies, right? The gender studies, all those stupid social justice courses they have in university. He's gone in and shown all of this and how they've constantly rebranded. Because, one that's great is, and he talks about this a lot, is how Marxists went for the working class. And the working class at the time was important because in the industrial world, you had manufacturing and assembly lines and all the stuff. You had to have a lot of people involved to make products. But the neocons and sort of neoliberals basically outsourced all production and labor out of America. So you really disabled the working class. And so the Marxist narrative of the working class didn't really work anymore because it wasn't really relevant to the day-to-day life of most people. So they had to rebrand. And that's where they went in and did all this gender studies, racial inequity, the DEI, all that stuff. And I think, you go and watch Yuri Bezmenov in 1984 talk about the same stuff that was happening even then, and well before that, is how they infiltrated the universities to kind of permeate ideas. That's what these guys do. They don't have any ideas themselves. They reject creation. They reject to build. They get human beings who are brainwashed to do the building for them, and they go, oh yeah, I like this one, I like that one, I like this one. So they took the Marxist idea, churned it out into 100 years of university, and came out with the new victim class. And that new victim class has changed quite a bit, right? Because the first victim class, well, not the first, but kind of going onto some kind of linear timeline was, well, let's go after women. Nick Rockefeller admitted that the early feminism was just created by the Rockefellers to tax half the population and also break up the families, so you get the kids in the school, and then the school indoctrinates the children from a very young age, and then you pretty much have working servants the rest of your life, obedient workers. And that's admitted. You go watch that Aaron Russo interview from 20 years ago, where talks about how became personal friends with Nick Rockefeller and told him about 9/11 and all this kind of stuff before it happened. And so they went after the feminists. Then they got them. So that was the victim class at that time, because it was somewhat relevant to the time, because the New World Order infiltrates culture. And so they were infiltrating women to be, hey, you shouldn't be working under the thumb of your husband. You should be working under the thumb of your boss at work, and then we'll take care of your children for you. So they kind of had them brainwashed, and then civil liberties for women, voting rights, blah, 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 blah. Then they go do the same thing with Black people. All these groups are just pawns in a forever ending wheel of fortune, of promise of prosperity in exchange for civil liberties. And so then they go from women to Blacks, then they go from Blacks to other maybe racial groups that you're not allowed to talk about. Then they go to the LGBT XYZ alphabet people. And now that's the fun thing about the alphabet people, is there's so many acronyms in the alphabet that now they've got basically a hand, they're playing a 5-card stud with 30 cards, and there's rules for thee and not for me. And they can just pull out, they're like playing Magic the Gathering, and they can just pull out, oh, the queer, okay, that's the one for today. Or trans women having babies, that's another one today, or whatever it is. The alphabet people stuff is great for just continuing creating the idea of victimology and the new proletariat, right? Because that's what happened, is the proletariat no longer became relevant because neocons and neolibs outsourced manufacturing to China. And so now we don't have, that's not the day-to-day experience for people. So now we'll go into the universities and tell people that they're victims. So they convince you that you're a victim. You might have never experienced racism or sexism in your life, but once you go through a liberal arts degree, you're going to be positioned as the biggest victim possible. Well, there's a hierarchy of victims. And if you're a white male, you're on the bottom. And if you're sort of a black, trans, Jewish, amputated midget who's blind and deaf, you're on the top of the hierarchy, and then everything else is this thing that they called intersectionality, which is evaluating you not on your merit, not on your work or anything like that, and not what. Okay, we're back. Just wait for the chat to catch up, and I'll continue on my point. Going down. Hey folks, can you hear me right now? Or is there still a lag in the stream? Because I'm looking at it on Zoom and it seems to be working. Let me know if you can hear me in the chat. Maybe I'll refresh this. Okay, it looks like we're back. Okay, sorry about that, folks. So basically, we have all been sort of identified and then been propagandized to believe you're a victim. And as I said, with the working class, as it transcended to women, as it transcended to race, and then it transcended to sexual orientation, and then environmentalist is the victim class for everybody. So the beauty of environmentalism in that if you want to bring in communism, you have to have a proverbial bourgeoisie. You need to have a victim and oppressor. And that's what's most important about this ideology. And so the thing that the elite love, and I think the pandemic was also something like this, the so-called pandemic, is they love this stuff a bit more than the LGBT XYZ stuff because it's a bit more broad. Because if you're not LGBT or whatever that means, the alleged community, wherever that community exists and whoever their leader is, I don't know. But that is somewhat not as broad because it doesn't catch as many people. Whereas if you go to climate change and everybody is suffering from climate change, then everybody can now be an equal victim. And so now you can really create a scalable bourgeoisie. And I think that the New World Order has had a tough time with the alphabet people because it's not really working very well. I mean, at this point, it might not them. Well, at the same time, I think they just throw a bunch of shit at a wall and whatever sticks they run with, because now they've got AI that can just manage these social nuance and conversations of all these different subgroups that they can just kind of meta manage all of it. The propaganda is now, that's where AI is going to get. I alluded to it a little bit in the last video, but that's where AI is going to make things really fucking crazy. I mean, it's already in there now, guaranteed. There's chat bots and there's AI in the chat right now. They comment on my videos, they troll, they do all kinds of stuff, right? And we all know they can do that. That technology has been around for a long time, as we know, maybe longer. But now they can micromanage every little thing to bring in this new bourgeoisie. And so climate change is the perfect, well, it's not perfect actually, as the fractures in the matrix are coming through, but I think they thought it could be the silver bullet, and it's why it is the longest standing sort of communist plot, if you will, environmentalism. It really is, because you go back to Rachel Carson's Silent Spring, and I was bought in even then. I go back quite a bit in the environmental movement. I was really into James Lovelock. and was into all the big narrative of this stuff of impending existential threat. And so waking up from it wasn't very easy. I have to admit, it wasn't easy to have experienced cognitive dissonance. It's a thing that almost can make you sick, because once you had sat with the cognitive dissonance long enough, if you have any sort of moral and ethical responsibility in you, you have to address it. You have to face what you can tell in your subconscious is incorrect. You have to face the fact that you might have believed a lie, and it's not easy to do. And I think most people won't do it, because it's like what I was saying in the last video is responsibility is tough, because it means that you have to just do the work. And so that's hard. And it was hard for me when I came out. It still is hard even when I come out and stuff like this. The haters are there. But like I said many times, you don't get to 500,000 subscribers without having thick skin. I really started to notice on the YouTube channel at about 80,000 subscribers that now you have a bunch of haters that are just, you always have trolls. And if you can't get your way through that, you won't go the next leg of the journey. A lot of people aren't cut out to be public people. It's not easy. And that's why I keep more of my life now off grid in this project private than I did as the urban farmer. Because as the urban farmer, everybody knew where I lived. Everybody knew where my farm was. Everybody knew where I sold stuff. If you wanted to interact with me, it wasn't hard. And I had people that would drive many hours to come and just show up and talk to me at the farmer's market, or show up at my house, which became kind of annoying. But it was always sweet when people would come to see me at the farmer's market. I loved that. But it gets to a point where you can't, when you get too many followers, it gets really actually difficult to manage, because it often just interrupts your personal life, which sucks, because I'll be out with my kids. Actually, I have to say, once I had kids, I really became more private. I experienced a little bit with my daughter when she was born, but it's challenging when you're just out with your family wanting to enjoy or do something together as a family, and then people are interrupting you. And I'm friendly. I say hi and shake people's hands, and I have a tendency to actually get sucked into conversations because I enjoy people. I really love people, and I love ideas, and I love communicating. And my wife has to literally pull me away, or I'm in big shit. And so, anyways, yeah, it's not easy to come out and say these things, and I've had my share haters, and continue to have them, and it is what it is. So yeah, I'm gonna look at the chat here a little bit and see what you guys have to say. Yeah, conservation encourages mankind's interaction with the natural world. That should actually be really more of a part of conservatism, and maybe it is. Not that I care about big C conservatism or political conservatism, but just in sort of cultural conservatism. I think absolutely it should be, because I'm a conservationist. I want to make, if anything, if I have to do harm on the land, I got to scrape away soil, or I got to cut trees down, or whatever. I want to make sure that what I put back will be of net benefit and better. It's like the old saying, leave the world better than you found it. I really believe that. And I think that should be part of conservatism. And I think when you really do talk to conservatives, you do find that, because my introduction to conservatism was meeting so-called right-wing neo-Nazi Christians in the southeast of the United States, because my career took me there. And I at first, it was when I was more liberal, on the liberal side of things. In my early part of my career, I was doing a lot of work in California, a lot of work on the west coast of the United States, and then places out east, big cities out east and such, and big cities out in Eastern Canada. But then I started to kind of just maybe call things out a little bit more. Maybe I did in a subtle way, but people seemed to pick up on it, and I started getting invited to go and speak and teach workshops and stuff in the southeast of the United States. And that's when I really started to meet a lot of what Canadians call, backwoods, right-wing, hillbilly Christians in the southeast United States. But when I got there, I found that I loved those people. I loved their sense of humor. I loved their hospitality. There's nothing like it in the world that I've ever experienced when you go into places like Arkansas or Mississippi or Louisiana or even Georgia. and Texas too, in parts, Oklahoma, people are just so friendly and helpful and nice. And I remember when I was a liberal going down there, just going, where's all this racism? When I did my bike tour down the West Coast, my original plan was to ride down the West Coast to as far about as San Francisco. And then my original plan was to cut through Central Valley, go around LA, kind of San Bernardino, stay on that lower side of the mountain and continue on and then go towards Texas. My original intent with my bike tour back in, what was that, 2009, 2008? Yeah, 2008, was to go and help in the relief effort for Hurricane Katrina. And at that time, I really believed that was caused directly by climate change, and because there's more carbon in the atmosphere now. That's why that hurricane started. There was some physically impossible to prove, but that's what I believed at the time. And I met a number of people on my bike tour that were all lefties, and I got along with everybody I met when I did that bike tour. But I had a lot of people say to me, dude, don't ride your bike through Texas. Those right wingers, it'll be just like that scene at the end of what's that classic Americana movie? Those guys that ride motorbikes across the US. What the hell? Somebody help me out in the chat. Anyways, where these guys get, killed. And I literally had that fear. But I found everywhere, and this also speaks to fear in a broader way. But I found not Hell's Angels, Deliverance. No, not Deliverance. Easy Rider. That's the movie I'm thinking. Easy Rider. Thank you, Scott. Easy Rider. Yeah. So, like that scene in Easy Rider. I thought that was going to happen, so I said, forget it. I'll just stay. I'll go instead of. And I made this decision in San Francisco because at that point I was going to start taking a different route. But then at that point I said, I'll just keep riding, and I'll go to San Diego and I'll just hang out there for a while, and then I'll just go back and get ready to start my farm, because I already kind of knew halfway through my bike trip what I wanted to do. But it was that fear that I had of the Southerners and these rednecks and all this. And then I've traveled through most US states in the continental US. I've been to Hawaii. I've never been to Alaska. Never been to Puerto Rico, but I've been through most states in the US and spent time there. And I just found, and I literally had cognitive dissonance for many years, because here I am, even in California. Work was in Berkeley, was in Oakland, and the Bay Area of California. Total leftist, hardcore. I was at a dinner with Antifa guys at the time. These guys were Black Bloc. Antifa wasn't as much of a thing back then, but I've been in these circles for many years, and then I start going to the Southeast, and I'm just like, where's the Nazis? Where's these right wingers? Where's the hate? And all I'm meeting is Southern hospitality, the nicest people ever, whether they're black or white or whatever, the nicest people I've ever met in my life in the deep South. I remember one time my wife and I got stuck in an airport, and we had to get redirected. We were on our way to Tennessee, but had to get, because it was a storm, a climate change storm. We had to go to Arkansas, and we're in Arkansas. Our bags are lost, a total nightmare. And this guy in the checkout, who was a black guy, was so nice to us. Hey, excuse me, sir. Can I help you? And just he worked at the airport, but he got us ahead of the line and the baggage thing, because we had a ride to get, and he really helped us. And I'm like, oh, that's my first experience in Arkansas. Okay, so good so far, And then every other person I met there or interact with was just so nice. And then you got a place like Chicago, Illinois, where I think Chicago is probably the nastiest airport in the US that I've been to, and I've been through most of the big ones. Chicago is the nastiest, and that is the most liberal Democrat city in the US, and all I see is hate. So again, it's all this stuff. What the New World Order wants you to believe is an inversion of what reality is. So they tell you that, we need to ban guns. We have these neo-Nazis right at the front door. This is, we need to squash the hate and all this. But then whenever you go to a super Democrat city in the US, they're the most violent. There's the most racism. It's It's the melting pot is a shit show. It doesn't work. There's no, well, even Canada, we call it the mosaic. There's none of that. There's just big cities are the most racist places you will go. And because people don't like each other, you throw a bunch of people into a pot of different cultural backgrounds. Firstly, they quickly go and segregate into their own communities because that's kind of human nature in a way, to be around like people. So people do that. And then you see infighting. Like when I lived in Montreal, I never had witnessed racism in my life. I had a little bit, because I had when I was growing up, I had a Haitian and a native buddy, a Haitian friend and a native friend. And I legitimately witnessed racism towards those guys. People were mean to them. This was a long time ago. This was in the early 90s. I never saw anything like that again in Kelowna past 2000. Never saw anything like that. Never witnessed it. Because I had friends from all over the place. But when I moved to Montreal, it was the first time I heard the N-word used just out in the open. And riding the buses, I used to go through Côte de Neige, which a lot of so-called racist Quebecers call it Côte de Nig. And I'd seen real racism. Holy shit, on both sides of just people hating each other. I lived in the Mile End, which is the Jewish area of Montreal, where it's next to Outremont, which is the bona fide Hasidic Jewish area of Montreal. But Mile End's kind of where hipsters live too, and that's where I lived for many years. And I'd witnessed full-on Palestinian-Israeli conflict on the street. The first day I moved to Park Avenue, I had a place up on Park, kind of by Van Horn Avenue, if you know Montreal, and live right there by this gas station. And the first day I moved there, I saw a standoff between, must have been 20 to 30 people on both sides of Muslims and Jews throwing shit at each other, just fighting. And I'd never seen anything like that. And so, I don't know, it's kind of funny because everything liberals tell you about liberalism and why it's great and why you're a Nazi piece of shit and all this, every place that liberalism is established is exactly what they hate. It is the most racist. It is the most xenophobic. You see a complete division of people politically, everything. It's everything they describe as the worst, they manifest themselves. It's hilarious. And they do it with all these issues. So anyways, enough ranting on that. Yeah, somebody says, I've experienced racism as a white woman by Canadian Indigenous. Sure, anybody can experience racism. And we probably all have to some degree. Granted, if you're living in a white country, you're less likely to experience racism, except today. You know, for the last, however, in my life, I'd never seen anti-white racism until maybe a few years ago, when I'd seen it a bit in Montreal because I hung out in super lefty, feminist, super liberal circles, Concordia, McGill people, super liberal feminists. I'd witnessed, oh, you're a white male, you wouldn't get it. You know, I've heard that. And do I cry wolf about that? I don't fucking care. I got tough skin. I got thick skin. It's not a big deal. And so, yeah, I get, okay, maybe, you know, if you are being a minority in a majority country isn't easy, but why do so many minorities move to white majority countries? There's a reason for it, because generally speaking, white people are the least racist people. When I worked in Montreal, I used to work in screen printing shops. I was the only white guy. Everybody else was from everywhere else, literally the only white guy. And they all liked me. I got along with everybody. But those guys would be so racist to each other that it was funny, that it was just funny. It was just people taking the piss out of each other, and nobody really got butthurt about it. It was just funny. Like, I had a buddy, I worked at this screen printing place called Flag Tech for many years. And I heard one of those guys watched my streams one time, and they were all talking about it at the shop. It'd be kind of funny to connect with some of them again. But I remember hanging out with this guy, Ron, who was a Pakistani dude working there, very Muslim, very Orthodox, you know, whatever. Great. And there was this other guy named Steven, who was this Caribbean dude from St. Vincent Island. And those two would just chronically talk shit about each other. Sorry, guys, if I'm ruining your little fun game. But Ron would say to me, "Oh man, these guys from the Caribbean, they're so cheap. They're so cheap. They don't want to pay for anything. Blah blah blah." He had all of it, and then the Caribbean guy would say, "Man, these Packies, these guys are so cheap. They're total tightwads." But they just talk shit about each other. And then the odd time there'd be a little blow up. Some of these guys, it was all men. Mostly, there was one woman there who, my goodness, I felt sorry for her, especially working with all these guys because they were total misogynist clowns. And I don't mean that, whatever. It was just funny. And that's what racism really is for the Western experience, for the most part, is it's people just taking the piss out of each other, which is good. I miss that. I miss those days of comedy when people would just say, I mean, people do. I mean, Owen Benjamin does. He makes fun of it. It's good. He's one of the few communities that has the balls to actually make fun of it, because the only people that will make fun of racism are other Black comedians who have full authority to make fun of everybody, but white guys don't. And so, hats off to my buddy Owen, who will just call anybody out. It's fucking hilarious. And maybe in a way, Owen, I love him, but maybe he's overcompensated because there's such a vacuum of other comedians not doing that he feels the need to just open the floodgates. And that's, maybe that's some of the funniest shit that Owen puts out there. But anyways, it is funny. Oh, Media Bear's in the house. Yo. Let's be honest. We built the best civilization, the best countries, and the highest standard of living. They all want it all for free. See what? So I mean, I agree with what you're saying from the thrust of what you're saying, the Woodlander. But I would say it's actually more nuanced. And the truth is always more nuanced and more complicated. Because if you were to believe that history as we know it, as it's told to us, is all true, then I would say, yeah, you're probably correct. But humanity has this habit of thinking that whatever we've built today is the best that's ever been built. And I think that's a logical or it's a limiting belief in a way, because so much from history has been hidden from us. And I don't feel like going down an esoteric rabbit hole, but so I don't know if I believe that, because I think it's more complicated. And who gives a shit about this color of your skin anyways? To be proud of being white or to be proud of being Black is the same as Pride Fest at the degeneracy parade. To be proud of anything that you haven't accomplished is retarded. It's totally retarded. And it's an inversion to get you worshiping nothing. It's actually a trick to get you into being a nihilist, I believe. Because the old world is based on meritocracy. And I'm an old world, I'm an old soul. Meritocracy. You do the work, you solve the problem, you build the thing, and you will be rewarded. The new world is you show up, and because you're queer, you get higher up on the victimology hierarchy. Therefore, you have something to celebrate when you've literally accomplished nothing. You changed your pronoun for the day. You've literally accomplished nothing. What merits a celebration? Right? Tell me in the chat. What merits a celebration? Nothing. So don't fall victim. If you're on the right, if you're a conservative, don't fall victim into playing this game of, oh, well, they're saying we're proud for being queer or we're proud for being Black. Well, then now we have to overcompensate and say we're proud for being white. Fuck pride. Pride is a sin. Pride is a bona fide sin. There's a reason that's a 7 deadly sin in the Bible, is to be, and I'm no biblical scholar. I'm not even a Christian, but I find a ton of truth, profound truth in the Bible and the words in the Bible, and I do believe in God, but there's a reason it's a deadly sin, is because to fall victim to thinking that you should be celebrated and you should be proud of something that you haven't accomplished is an exercise in nihilism. They've got you worshiping something that isn't there. There's no such thing as gender. There's no such thing as your pronouns. those are just made up terms. It's like how gender is part of language, biological sex is part of biology. So I'm a biological male. My gender is irrelevant. The only relevance it has is in, say, the language of French or Latin, where you have gendered language to describe things, and that's great. But to be proud of a pronoun is a celebration of futility. It's a celebration of nihilism, and that's ultimately where they want you. That's why, like, nihilism is, and I even could have gone to this in the last video, is that nihilism, I wouldn't say it's the ultimate goal, but it's a big in the hierarchy of priorities for the New World Order. Getting people to worship nothing is high on that priority. They want you to get away from worshiping God and the Creator and celebrating the creation. They want you, or celebrating God, praising God. They want you praising nothing. The cultists all are in the Luciferian cult, but the cultists are a small portion of the New World Order establishment, the apparatus. At the highest levels, I think you have the cult, and there's very few in that group. Going down to the biggest levels of finance, or even the Vatican and big families and all that, there's still a huge compartmentalization that goes in there, that very few actually are cultists. Most think they're atheists. And the New World Order would rather you be an atheist than rather you worship a creator. So they'd rather have you just worship nothing, because then if you worship nothing, then they can get you into a degenerate downward spiral. And that's, case in point, look at pride parades. It's sick. The S&M gear, the pup play, the buttless chaps. I mean, it's so cliche, and the buttless chaps things has been around for so fucking long. It's funny that anybody even thinks a pride parade is an appropriate place to take your family, but people do. When I even worked at that flag tech place in Montreal, there was a Vietnamese guy there named Bang, I loved the guy. He was hilarious. He was the foreman on the floor that I pretty much worked for. This is back in, this is so long ago. This was back in maybe 2007 or 2006 or 2007. We were talking about Pride Parade, and he even told me, as a Vietnamese immigrant who still had the full-on accent, was only immigrated here 10 years, but his kids were here now, and he was settled. He would even say, oh yeah, Pride Parade is totally a family event. And then I agreed with him. I literally agreed with him. I didn't have children though at that time. I was a long ways away from having kids, but I agreed with him. And it's amazing how deep-seated that indoctrination actually is, that they've got you worshiping nothing. That's the trick, is that you can worship nothing, then you'll reject the whole idea of a meritocracy. That way, you will essentially tear down the foundation of society. And that's literally what we're in right now. We're in the controlled demolition of Western civilization through a Cloward and Piven strategy, which is outlined by Cloward and Piven. You can look them up. I don't know much about Cloward, but I used to watch Francis Fox Piven videos debating Thomas Sowell, and he literally eviscerated her. It's a joke when you watch these leftists that are so elevated in feminist circles and whatever. You watch them back in the days when there was actual debates, back in the days of what's the name of that conservative guy that used to host all these debates with Thomas Sowell and Milton Friedman. He was a conservative guy. Anyway, there was an era of debate that's kind of coming back now in the podcast space, but not even still so much, because people that are totally diametrically opposed in their viewpoints usually won't intersect at all. In the era of cancel culture and social media, everybody just blocks each other. And I tell you, on Twitter, I'm trying to not block people. I have haters on there, and I haven't blocked anybody yet. And I just keep bringing on, whatever. But people don't debate anymore. And so the arguments get really dry on the left. It's why, like I was talking about that debate with Malcolm Gladwell versus those other guys. Malcolm Gladwell was eviscerated. Douglas Murray is probably one of the, and I don't agree with everything he says, and I don't have to. But I do appreciate his gift of the gab, just like I appreciate Tucker Carlson's gift of the gab. I signed up for Twitter, full disclosure, first to just watch Tucker. Not that I don't know. Why do I have to say that I don't agree with everything you say? That's stupid. If you agree with anything everybody says, you're an idiot, or you're just you're too much of a follower, and you need to start thinking critically. But I really enjoy listening to Tucker Carlson, the gift of the gab. The way he structures his journalism is second to none. I don't think anybody out there today is nearly as good as him. But Douglas Murray as a William F. Buckley. Thank you, Isati. William F. Buckley debates. Go and watch those, man. Unbelievable. But anyway, going back to Douglas Murray, he is one of the most articulate motherfuckers in the sort of the conservative mainstream right that there is. He's so bang on in his language, and he listens to the debate. These leftists don't listen to you. They just strawman you or red herring you or ad hominem you. That's what they do, because they don't have an argument. All they say is, oh, so-and-so is, he's a neo-Nazi, so we don't actually have to debate him because everything he says is crazy, right? And so they dehumanize you so they don't have to debate you. And that's straight out of Rules for Radicals. I mentioned that in the last video. What's his name there? Saul Alinsky, Jewish intellectual, who dedicated the book to Satan in the first publication, to Lucifer, and that's on the record. And he tells all the rules for radicals, and this is where Hillary Clinton was his all-star protege and learned those tactics. And that's exactly what they do: is they strawman, they logical fallacy you so they don't actually have to debate your idea. But you go back into some of these early debates on William F. Buckley Jr.'s show with Thomas Sowell and Francis Fox Pittman, you can't slip a logical fallacy past Thomas Sowell. And same with Douglas Murray. You cannot. And it was really funny in that debate, the Monk debates. If you haven't seen it, it's worth a watch. It's actually kind of unbearable because it was almost like the Kathy Newman debate with Jordan Peterson, where you're not listening to the other guy. You're not doing any courtesy. You should steelman an argument and show your opponent that you're here to debate an idea and not just be a fucking baby. That you're here to actually discuss an idea and not just call names when you get upset. But that's what these guys used to do. Thanks, Kate. And I liked his work and thought he was a smart guy. And I hadn't heard from him in a long time, so he kind of became a little bit irrelevant to me. But I watched that debate on the Monk debates, and I lost any respect that I had for him, because all he did was use logical fallacies against Douglas Murray and Matt Taibbi, and as a joke. So the stream is lagging a bit here. I'm just going to wait. So I don't know where I cut off there, but the point was just that if you're just going to use logical fallacies against an argument, you're going to lose. And so going back to what I started with that in that video, the last video, going back at climate change and all of that, is know your logical fallacies. I did a Twitter post. If you follow me on Twitter at OffGridStone, I did a good one. I'll pull it up. I shared, again, I enjoy writing, and I shared my top 10 logical fallacies that leftists use against people like us. And what you need to do, and this is important because we are in a cultural war, and you have to stand in the truth and you have to defend your position. Because when the mask thing comes back, if it does, hopefully it doesn't, because it's not going to fly, I don't think, but you're going to have to stand up. And people that took the first, second shots that are awake now, you have to join us and you have to hardcore defend your position. But you need to understand the tactics that leftists use on you. And that is always about logical fallacies. They always come at you with logical fallacies. So the first four I shared were, the first one, that's the classical leftist one, is appeal to authority, or no, appeal to emotion, is they just scream at you, you're a Nazi there. And then they just get emotional. It's like when Neil deGrasse Tyson was on Patrick Bet-David's podcast, and he went, oh, it's in the trials, dude. He did that. That's an appeal to emotion. And so you lose right there to DeGrasse Tyson because you appealed to emotion. The next one that I identified, and people commented on this, and it was great because there were some ones that I should have put in that I missed, but they're in here now. Here, I'll put in this Twitter thread if you want to check it out. We're in it for the long haul here, folks. I'm going to go a little long. I'm going to go at least longer than in the last stream on this one. I'm taking a day off work and outside. We're just going to do this for a good chunk. So you're in. So there's the Twitter thread. But the second one is appeal to authority. And so that's the trust the experts thing. Oh, you argue with a leftist environmentalist about climate change, and you go, well, did you know that? You ask them what percentage of carbon is in the atmosphere? Oh, I don't know. I'm not an expert. I'll trust the experts on that one. So then they immediately divert and then take the shoulder the responsibility to somebody else because they can't handle it. Well, it's 0.04. So you tell me how even 100-fold increase in carbon from humans is going to change the atmosphere if it's 0.04, and the burden of proof is on you. And there's all kinds of fake science articles on this shit, and they just inundate. The thing with science, the thing that I started reading some scientific articles because I find the tactics are similar to legal. I've read many hundreds of legal documents, mostly Canadian law and international law, and the thing that lawyers do, and they do this for a variety of different reasons. One, they just do it to make themselves important so that you feel you got value out of paying them $500 an hour to write a fucking contract when you could have done it yourself. But they just put a bunch of word salad in there to kind of just, oh yeah, and it's all boilerplate stuff. You don't even need lawyers anymore. You could just have an AI do it all. And I think that's going to happen pretty soon. But they do the same in scientific articles. They inundate you with a bunch of jargon that doesn't really say much. And you see it when you watch Neil deGrasse Tyson or any of these, even the vaccine guy, Hotez. They do that all the time. They just over jargon you to overwhelm you and make you feel inferior to their intellect, so you concede to the established position. Get in line, buddy. I have haters online that would tell me that forever. Get in line, farmer. You're a farmer. You're not allowed to talk about these things. And it's ironic because the working class thing is really funny. How most leftists aren't actually working class. They don't represent the working class anymore. They represent an elitist Ivy League ideology. And working class folks like me, guys on my construction crew, they don't give a shit about stupid liberal ideology. They'll just use their own eyes. And that's why working class people during the scamdemic actually proved to be more intellectually astute than the top academics. The top academics, except PhDs, actually PhDs took the least amount of shots, but master's degree and under signed up wholesale on the shot. Working class people who work with their hands mostly didn't take the shot. So they actually passed the intelligence test, the proverbial intelligence test, over the intelligentsia, which is really funny and so poetically ironic and just gets you stoked. Because then you saw the trucker thing was kind of a representation of that going on. It was kind of, well, the NDP and the Liberal Party claimed to be part of the working class. Meanwhile, the trucker convoy was the biggest working class revolution that's Canada, maybe the world, has ever seen. And then the left calls them neo-Nazis. How ironic is that? And that is gaslighting. That's intentional. That was the point, is to just gaslight you and get these people that are in this leftist cult to just come in full bore and just reject all of your intuition, reject your own eyes, your lying eyes, reject everything that you intuitively understand in your soul, because God speaks to you that way. That's how you can find a really good radar of truth. If you have a connection to the creator and a belief that you're of that creator and you have some fucking dominion and you've got some authority, and some idiot can't just come and just claim authority over you unless they trick you. And so that's what they do. They get to trick you. And the left is captured. They're tricked. And there are still some good ones. I mentioned some in those videos. Like I listen to Chris Hedges every now and then, and I agree with everything he says. I don't know where he was on the shot, even Cornell West, who's a bit of a clown, but I do agree with some of the shit he says because he's correct. But then they go woke, and then you're just like, well, dude, what's going on? How do you not put it all together? That's the thing that I find the modern left has the worst, is they're so compartmentalized that they can't really see the big picture. And some people go, Curtis, you riffing on drag queen pedophile hour. I don't see the connection to when you're talking about climate change or talking about the New World Order. It's because you've been so compartmentalized that you don't get how it all fits together, but you also just haven't done the research. And everybody that calls you a conspiracy theorist, because you present information, like I showed in that last video, I showed evidence. Canada, the Canadian Weather Modification Information Act, bona fide evidence and disclosure that the government is involved in geoengineering actively. And then the same in the US. And I could have gone even further, go on to Dane Wigington's page, and you'll find an endless machine gun assault of evidence that is there. But they'll still call you a conspiracy theorist because they actually didn't do the research. So they're the ones that are actually intellectually lazy. And that's how lefties have become so soft. And you won't really see a real debate anymore. It's because they dehumanize you. And so if you're dehumanized and you're a piece of shit, just like how the so-called KKK dehumanized the blacks. And so, okay, well, there's big KKK out there, and they're in all this, racist infrastructure, and they don't want to give blacks a fair shake. Well, leftists do the same thing to the so-called alt-right or the right wing or the neo-Nazis. You just dehumanize them. And so now you don't have to defend a position. Yeah, Chomsky was a joke. I'd seen it coming with Chomsky for a while because he really, I read a number of Chomsky's books, and I will say Manufacturing Consent is still a really good book. And I still think Chomsky brought some intellectual ideas to the table that have value. Chomsky himself might be a complete shill at this point. I think he is. But when I heard Chomsky, because I used to watch his lectures all the time, anything new, I used to be a huge follower of Democracy Now! And I anytime they had Chomsky on, I'd stop everything to watch a Chomsky interview on Democracy Now!, which is every other month forever for 30 years. But I would. And I was watching a lecture of his somewhere, and somebody got up and asked him a real good question, was, what about the Federal Reserve, bro? Like, what about central banking? And he basically just completely dismissed it like a leftist, and just dehumanized the person to say, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, that's a bunch of BS, and then just moved on. So he completely dehumanized this individual. And this was a long time ago. This might have been well over 10 years ago. But when I saw that with Chomsky, I was kind of, yeah, man, you're not logically consistent at all. So I stopped paying attention to anything he said at that point. But when the scandemic happened and I saw him go on Amy Goodman's show, and I met Amy Goodman once in an airport and had a little exchange with her, and she was nice, whatever. This is 10 years ago, but yeah, I saw Chomsky go on and completely dehumanize anti-vaxxers, right-wingers, you're a danger to society. I knew then that he was compromised and it was over. So I stopped really caring about anything he said at that point. But yeah, Chomsky is a complete shill. And yeah, I don't have any respect. So anyways, I was going down my logical fallacies and I got distracted. So appeal to authority, where I finished off, that was my number 2. And so that's the trust the experts thing, and go along with what everybody else is doing. The appeal to authority, it's pretty universally used. The third is an ad hominem attack. And so what they'll do is they just go at your character. So you have to disregard everything Owen Benjamin says because Owen Benjamin is a neo-Nazi, right? And so nothing he says can have value, because if you're a Nazi, you're white supremacist. If you're white supremacist, you're bona fide evil. And so you don't deserve the same civil liberties and respect that everybody else deserves because you are an evil piece of shit, right? And I'm obviously being sarcastic about Owen, but I used him as an example in this little thing that I wrote up on Twitter. And then the fourth is the straw man. And this one, I mean, all of these, it's hard to do a poll to say which ones of these are used the most. These are the ones that I had experience with the most. The next one I would have put in is red herring, and somebody actually put that in the comments right away, and I agreed. But the straw man is just misrepresent your argument. And so it's the classic, that Kathy Newman, Jordan Peterson interview that went completely viral, and rightfully so. And is that, so what you're saying is, you hate trans people. You don't like, I noticed you weren't at the Pride Parade. I noticed that you didn't bring your kids to the Pride Parade. You must hate trans people, right? This is just a classic straw man. It's like, no, that's not what I'm saying at all. They do it with climate change all the time. Oh, you're a climate denier. It's really impossible to deny that climate changes. I mean, how does anybody back up that claim? And I don't know any of the so-called climate deniers, because I've looked at a lot of these guys, that say that the climate doesn't change. I think they all admit out of the gate that climate changes. It always has. During the Roman Empire, according to the records that they use, it was a lot warmer then, with a lot higher carbon in the atmosphere than it is today. So the argument isn't that climate changes. Really, the crux of the argument is that government, if you think government can fix climate change, well, first you should look at geoengineering. And second, you should look at the government's track record on every other government program in history that's been created, because they all don't work. They all do the opposite of what they're supposed to do. All these things, like, you can't have monopolies under, you can only get monopolies in capitalism. It's like, no, you only get monopolies in state capitalism when government steps in to create winners and losers. And so anyways, they use all these arguments, and going into this next scamdemic, you got to be aware of this stuff, because you're going to have to defend your position. And I think too, we might see a little bit of a resurgence if we do get into another lockdown scenario. We might get into a little bit of an insurgence of debate again. I'll make that prediction, that because there was a lot of people, probably even in this chat. I'm curious if people in the chat, let me know. And if you don't want to red flag yourself, you don't have to, but I'm just curious if there's people in the chat here who took the shot and woke up and would never take another one. Just let me know if you're one of those people. And I don't, because the way I see it is, you're on our side now and you're welcome to join our side. But I think that thing that might be interesting going forward into another lockdown is that the tabletop discussions, or the table discussions, the dinner tables, the friends over coffee type things, the family get-togethers, the discussions could be a little bit more nuanced, because there's a large portion of the population, even in the trucker convoy, and I agree that that was sort of a psyop to some degree, but it still was an important representation of a rejection of a narrative, is that we're going to have a bit more nuanced conversations, because we're going to have people that bought in and took the shot and kind of woke up, and they're going to go, well, they're going to bring in an interesting perspective to the table, because they'd kind of been through the ringer with that, and a lot of people are just saying, yeah, I never took the shot, and good, Douglas Woods, who says scamdemic ? He might be one of those people that we could reach, that he's going scamdemic. What? But he's lasted this long in my live stream. And I would encourage people, if you hear something I say that you don't agree with, but you followed my videos for a long time, instead of just saying Curtis is an idiot, Curtis is a neo-Nazi, maybe ask yourself, have I taught you things in the past that work and that you can, with your own eyes, identify as true? Is the answer yes? If yes or no, let me know. Is it true that you've learned things from me that have brought value to your life and that you've been able to identify as truth? Douglas Woods, can you tell me that? And so I just want you to follow a train of thought here, is that if somebody shares information with you and they have a good track record of information in the past, why would you all of a sudden turn your back on this new information? I would say that's a bit of a logical inconsistency, as I would say that you would at least give it the time of day. And he's encouraging me to stop. Well, I don't know what that means, brother, because you're on a high horse of moral superiority here, and you seem to think you have the moral high ground because you have the correct opinion and I have the incorrect opinion. You know how to play guitar. Great. So that's about the extent of your opinion then, it sounds like, because I'm calling you out and I like to be called out. So, okay, so Douglas Wood says, and excuse the rest of us. You don't need to chime in, folks, and say I'm giving a hater his due. I like the haters because they make us stronger. I like, challenge me, tell me. So you know how to fix guitars doesn't mean you know how to fix a car. That doesn't mean anything. So because you know how to fix guitars, but you don't know how to fix a car, does that mean you can have an opinion when you take your car to the mechanic and you know that there might have been just a piston broken or something? I'm assuming you're a man, so I know you probably know a little bit about cars. So you go to the mechanic and you think it's a minor fix, but then all of a sudden the mechanic comes back at you and says, dude, we got a can of worms here. The tranny's done, gear ratio is all fucked up, whatever it is. I don't know a lot about cars either. And he says it's going to be $5,000. You thought you were walking in on 500. So do you automatically just go with what the expert told you? Douglas, that's a question for you. I'm expecting a response. Yeah. Wait for you to catch up in the lag. So you don't know anything about cars because you know something about guitars, but you're going to take a $5,000 bill over something you thought was $500? Because I'm getting to the crux of your point, because you made the point. So I'm asking you the question, and I'm hoping you give me an answer, because I want to follow, even if you're not going to come through. No, answer the question, brother. It's the same logic as just used. Then tell me, would you take a $5,000 bill over a $500 bill if I told you, because you don't know a lot about cars, therefore you're not an expert, therefore you're not allowed to have an opinion about cars, right? So let's finish this up. And before people hate on Douglas and troll him, let's give him the opportunity to come forward and answer the point, because your logic and what you just demonstrated is what I'm presenting to you. I'm actually trying to steel man your argument. I'm not trying to straw man you. I want to steel man you. I want to make your argument as best as ever. No, I'd likely go to another skeptic. Okay, so you admit that you wouldn't take a $5,000 bill. So does this not go to your point? I don't know. Are you telling me, Douglas? Are you telling me that you'd go to a reputable mechanic with a history? Exactly. Now, isn't that perfect? Because I 100% agree with you. And that's exactly what we do. Because I don't know what point you're trying to challenge me on, whether it's climate change or anything. Like, tell me what you're specifically talking about. Because if you're talking about climate change, we can shift gears and I can go back to that, because there are hundreds, if not tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of reputable scientists who go against climate change narrative. That's a fact. They are out there, but you don't like their opinion because, okay, professional standards. So give me a professional, if we're talking climate change, give me a professional standard. Does that mean that the IPCC approve your funding? Because the IPCC, the International Panel on Climate Change, has a big list of people in their organization, and most of them don't even have bachelor's degrees. They're just a bunch of people that just signed on to a thing. And that's actually where the 97% of the scientists came from, is that when you actually look at that 97%, most of them aren't even scientists. They're hardly qualified as scientists. And so you can just make up data points. There's a book on that. Bill Gates has got a picture that he's got a book, and it's called How to Lie with Statistics. And it'll tell you how to lie with statistics. And all these guys use the same tactics. So you can say, and I mean, where's Douglas? I mean, come on, buddy, give me some more licensed and bonded. Great, okay. You can find licensed individuals. So during the COVID scam, because I think you said scamdemic, that was actually where you got in. So let me ask you the question, Douglas: were there any licensed physicians that went against the COVID scam during the COVID scam? Were there? I want you to answer, because if you don't know this, you might need to do some research. Douglas? See, this is what happens. Crickets. These people can't, they straw man you, they ad hominem you, they create false comparisons, false comparables, false dichotomies, if you will. And they lose every time under the basic logic, because all you have to do is just turn around what they're saying. Okay, good, buddy. Can you answer the question, Douglas? Because I'm waiting for you. Douglas, the question was, if you want to be asked again, was there any licensed physicians during the COVID scandemic that called out the narrative. I'm waiting for your response. And I'm waiting for you to tell me why their opinion wasn't worth as much as Dr. Peter Hotez. I'm waiting. I'm going to have a sip in the meantime. Well, sure, Mike, but it's my live stream. What am I going to do about that? Of course, I'm at advantage because it's my live stream and I can sit here and just steamroll Douglas. But I'm trying to give him the best opportunity I can to explain to me and tell me if he understands that there was licensed physicians who called out the pandemic, who said that the vaccine was poison and you shouldn't take it. Were there licensed physicians? Because those physicians are now being held accountable by their professional organizations. Okay, name some of them for me. Because I know personally a lot of doctors that still operate. I had a good friend, actually, and I don't think I'll out him by saying this. Well, maybe I will, but anyways, I had a good friend, a Hungarian, who was a doctor who was worked as a what are they called? What the hell is what does he do? Is a pathologist. He was a pathologist at KGH. He came out early on and called out the pandemic, and he was questioned by his organization, but he just moved to another country and he's still practicing. So is it evidence that there is regulatory capture in a licensing organization? Do you not agree that a licensing organization can be corrupted and can have capture by pharma, big pharma, which is the biggest advertising dollars in the world? How many spoke out against the pandemic? 100. I don't know. You tell me. You tell me. Oh, Owen just texted me. I think he's doing a stream today. I don't know where Douglas, you just kind of pull that number out of your ass. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't try to make that claim, but I know that I personally had friends that are doctors, and I didn't even have a lot of friends that were doctors. But there was an endless stream. And I understand that I'm probably in a little bit of a different, if I'm in an echo chamber, Dr. Shiva, Bandana Shiva called it out. She called out Bill Gates. And I don't even think it's if your point is there was less doctors that called out the scamdemic than there were doctors that went along with it, that's not evidence of anything, because the scientific method is you have a hypothesis and then you use experiments to try to disprove that hypothesis so that you can find the truth through your bias. And so there have been an endless slew. I would actually make the case, I would make the claim that most major scientific discoveries were a minority opinion when they were first discovered. Would you agree with that? And so that's my claim. And I know that that's true, because whatever you go and look at all of these, the theory of relativity, the theory of gravity, or whatever, is all of those things that we establish as scientific fact today were brought in by minority opinions. So the fact that even if you're correct, let's say give you the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, okay, sure, I have a personal friend. That's not an argument. I get that. But if you say to me, you made the claim that there was 100 doctors, maybe, that called out the scandemic, you tell me how that's evidence of anything. Because it's not. All you're just showing is that there's a minority opinion out there, and that's an observation in reality. There's always a minority opinion. Aren't we supposed to respect minorities? I thought you leftists were all about the minority. Because if you're now saying that only the majority viewpoint has value, then your whole leftist foundation falls apart, because the whole leftist foundation is based on the idea of a victim and that we respect a minority. That's why most minorities want to move to the United States and Canada, or white countries, is because white countries respect minorities and have a long history of respecting minorities. So far, Douglas, I think I've given you a lot of opportunities, and I'm watching the chat, and you can come back with me, and I've done the respect for you to read everything you said. And sometimes it's hard to keep up with what you're responding to, but I think I've given you a pretty good opportunity to defend your position. And because you haven't answered a lot of my questions, because the next question I asked you was, does having a majority opinion change the science? I guess that's the better question. So if there's 1 million doctors that support the shots and supported the COVID narrative versus 100 doctors that didn't support it, does that fact alone change the evidence? That's the question. The majority and observed reality. Well, exactly, because I agree with you there. And I would make the case that the 100 doctors that you're talking shit about are the ones that are in reality. Because when you look at the vaccine and you look at mRNA and you look at all that stuff, and if I go on that rabbit hole too much, they might shut the stream down. Actually, maybe not. YouTube doesn't seem to be censoring as much these days. But the body of evidence is crazy. It's why won't Dr. Peter Hotez debate RFK, a lawyer? Because lawyers are really good at arguing, for one, but he also knows he's wrong. And there's so much evidence now that vaccines are terrible for you. My children are not vaccinated and they never get sick. I was vaccinated. I had the 7 shots, the 7 deadly shots. And I probably still am suffering from some level of vaccine injury from those, but I had those, and thank goodness I didn't have any more. But we'll never stick a needle in our kids. And vaccines are unnecessary. It's a pharmaceutical industrial complex. It's so easy to show all that. And yeah, the majority observe reality and evidence. Well, I don't know about that, because didn't you take the shot, Douglas? Did you still get COVID? Were you one of those people that said, I took the shot, but I got COVID, but that's good because that means that now I won't get COVID as bad and I won't die in the hospital. Though they did tell me when they promised the vaccine at first that it does prevent, it does stop the virus and it does stop the spread, which it is on the record doesn't do either of those two things. So were you one of those people that said that? Did you? Because I'm getting to a point sometimes with these things where I have to kind of do what a leftist does in a way, is that when you demonstrate, not actually leftists only just do this based on your skin color and one opinion. I have to kind of do a litmus test with people when I spend time with them, is that I'll give you an opportunity to make a point, but if you keep making stupid arguments, then I'm eventually just going to give up, because it's just an exercise in futility to sit here and have a circle jerk with you, right? So you said, can you describe the central dogma of biology? No. So what? I don't know what the hell you're talking about. What's that prove? It means that now Douglas has got me. I don't know what a thing he said is because I haven't read that book. Therefore, everything I say is discounted. So we'll just have this debate where, well, have you read this book? If you read that, we'll just throw books at each other. And until we can say, well, you haven't read that book, therefore your opinion on this is irrelevant. I think I demonstrated that with my point about the car, Douglas, is that you're saying to me, I fix guitars, and that's great. I love guitars too. And I have a number of them. And I can recognize a good quality guitar, and I can make a good educated opinion about a guitar, though I can't really fix them. I can change my strings, I can change the bridge nut, I can change out little things on the guitar, I can change a pickup up. I can't fuck around at the neck and do stuff like that. But I can still have a good opinion about what makes a good guitar. And when I go to buy that guitar, I can make a pretty good purchase based on what I know. And so it's the same thing with anything, Douglas. No, I can't. So you're saying because I can't fix a guitar, I can't go to the guitar store and say, yeah, G&L is a good guitar. So now you're going to inform me that, no, you're an idiot. You don't know anything about guitars. This is the classic argument. You are demonstrating exactly what I love. And thank you for bringing this forward, because I'm excited that I got to show some of this stuff and this logical inconsistency to my audience, because if we're going to stand in the truth and we're going to stand down the next scamdemic, we need to be able to showcase these straw men that people like Douglas constantly present. And now he's just going on about the principle of biology. And okay, now he's trying to demonstrate that because I don't know the principle of biology, I guess I don't know anything about anything. therefore I'm an idiot. Because Douglas, he got a degree in useless. Yeah, he works at Starbucks, and yeah, he, doesn't make very much money, but he did spend $100,000 at university, and he has a really good opinion about these things. Therefore, he's smarter because he read an extra book that I didn't read. So you got to listen to him, right? And so this is what leftists always do, is they try to demonstrate how they're smarter than you by showing their accolades. And fortunately for me, this is where, I have a bit of an advantage on Douglas, is that, and I admit that, is that nobody knows Douglas' accolades. Douglas is most likely a bot. And just an AI regurgitating opinions to show that we're not all as united as we thought we were, which is not the case. We are as united as we thought we were, but Douglas is there to show you that. And he's just going to, I'm addressing exactly the core of your argument, my brother. And it's so funny to watch your butt hurt squirm. You just can't handle it. And you have no argument. And everything you've thrown at me so far, I've shown back at you how it's logically inconsistent and it doesn't prove anything. Every point you've made, whether it's $100 versus 100 doctors versus 1,000,000 doctors, it doesn't change the scientific body of evidence. It doesn't change the testimonies of people that have been vaccine injured. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't change all these court cases that were thrown out. It doesn't change anything. A minority opinion, I would say these days, is probably a good litmus test, is that if you're in the majority opinion and everything that you tout is repeated by crooked politicians and bought and paid for media personalities, that I would say that's probably a good signal for you that you might be on the baddies. It's like that skit that funny British guy does, I forget his name. And they're Nazis and dressed up in the uniforms, and I think they're marching people to kill them or something. And I go, hey, did you ever think that maybe we're on the bad side of things, that we're the baddies? I think a lot of leftists have that cognitive dissonance, because you have the entire media industrial complex, financial system, military industrial complex, education industrial complex, pharmaceutical industrial complex, big ag industrial complex. You have all of those institutions, even the Vatican, the Catholic Church, parroting your talking points. So did you ever think for a second that maybe you might be on the wrong side of things? So anyways, it's funny. Runson Tunson says, well, Curtis, you handled Doug better than Owen would. Kudos. Owen's here, and Owen's in the stream, fucking right. But yeah, so it's funny, and I enjoy this stuff, and again, going up and going back to Douglas's point too about the 100 doctors versus the 1,000,000 doctors, even if let's just assume that that's true, that there's a minority, and I probably would agree with him to some degree, maybe not the exact number, because how do I prove that? But where do you find that statistic? But I would agree that there's a minority of professionals that don't support the New World Order, make it real broad, than a majority. And so I would make the case that if I were to stand in an arena in a fight on the side of individuals that were in a minority, I think my chances would be better with the minority, because they're fucking Spartans. You know what I mean? To be one of those doctors who had to go against the entire media, industrial, pharmaceutical, industrial complex, and go against the onslaught of ad hominem attacks, personal attacks on their threats on their family, because some leftist is upset with you, what you said. Those people are strong, man. So I think it's actually, Douglas's point is great. And I actually agree with them, though I can't make the claim it's 100 to whatever number, because how do you know that? But I'm in the minority, man. And maybe that's the old liberal in me, because when I was a liberal back in the, I'm 44, I'll be 44 next month. And so I was a lefty in the early 2000s, and up until, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, maybe I would have called myself a lefty. I thought we were in the minority because when I was a lefty, it was George W. Bush. It was, fuck the war in Iraq, fuck the military industrial complex, so on and so forth. And I think lefties still, no, they don't, because they're on Ukraine now. So they're all for the new warmongering boondoggle, right? Douglas, threats on family. You just made that up. Oh, so you're telling me, and how many of those doctors have you followed? What Rashid Buttar? You didn't hear about him? Threats on his family? The guy was killed. I mean, what are you? Oh, no, you're just making that up. There's a minority of people in the medical industry that have the entire apparatus of pharmaceutical and media industrial complex going after them. How dare you suggest that they were threatened? Does everybody else kind of see what I'm seeing here? It's just ridiculous. What opinion, Douglas? You said it's fine to be in a minority. Your opinion should have been backed up by evidence, and you have none. Okay, which one in particular? Can you tell me that one? I'm still giving Douglas the time of day. It's funny. Okay, so which one was that I said that I didn't back up? Because I try to be very cognizant of not making claims that I know I can't back up, but I'm happy to point to individuals and things that I know. The burden of proof is on you for what? What was the doctor's name? Rashid Buttar? The guy who was just poisoned? That guy? Yeah, go look him up. I'm sure everybody in the chat here knows who Rashid Buttar is, except you, because you're the only idiot who's sitting here. And you're not an idiot. I apologize. I don't mean to say that. I don't want to. I don't like to get into name calling. But you seem to be the only one here that is not getting what's right in front of you. And I've demonstrated how your arguments are completely delusional. Case in point, the 100 to 1 million doctors. It doesn't prove anything. It doesn't change the science. And I'm not here to present. I came with the climate change thing. That's where I started. I'm not going to go down every little rabbit hole that everybody throws at me and says, "Oh, Curtis, what about?" I can't physically do that. I'm not an AI chatbot like Douglas is, so I can't manage multiple conversations like he can. He can just, delegate part of his AI CPU towards one conversation here, and so on and so forth. Rashid Buttar, yeah, somebody put it in there, yeah. Juliet, yeah, and you'll just go to one of your leftist. You'll probably just go to one of your leftist rags and search him, or believe the first thing that Google told you, and then you'll just take that at face value and discredit and say that Rashid Buttar is this, that, and the other. But he was a practicing physician and called a lot of this stuff. Well, there's tons of doctors. What about Judy Mikovits? She's even one of the more mainstream. There's so many of them. But anyways, I'm going to move on from Douglas now, because I think I've really gave him his time of day, and we've got some information here about Rashid Buttar that's posted, and so you can find his find stuff out about him very easily. So Kelowna wildfires, yeah. Again, we're not in Kelowna, so it doesn't matter for us, but I do appreciate the warm wishes and all that, and I said in the last video. And you would have dropped the hammer already. I find it's somebody's commenting on my patience with Douglas, and I don't know, I don't really care. I mean, I don't typically ban people in the chat unless they're just constantly spamming. Douglas is being fairly reasonable, at least in his etiquette in how he's presenting. The all caps is kind of pointless, but I've found no claims on the cause of death. Okay. Keep searching. But anyways. Well, of course I'm moving on, Douglas, because you're not that important, my brother. There's more important things to talk about than your little fun fantasy that you get to be a hater and sit here and have me talk about you. You must feel somewhat important that somebody like myself is giving you the time of day. And so I understand that that might be valuable to you, and all the power to you, because you are here. Ultimately, you're helping the algorithm of my channel. So you can go ahead and comment on things and hate all you want. You're juicing the algo, bud. So you're rolling my boat. I appreciate it. Thank you. But it's funny. So anyways, going back to the fires. Oh yeah, I'm going to go to my notes now, because now I feel like I've done enough riffing on stuff, and I got some of the things that popped up in the chat in the last video. And if you haven't watched that last video, it's the one that I posted right before this. You can go check it out. And thank you, Douglas. All the best to you, brother. And you can go check it out. And I asked people, what do you want me to talk about in the stream? Because info on how the smoke has affected my solar. Yes, it does about 50% actually. Right now, we're actually getting a really good break in the smoke. And when it was really bad yesterday, it was 50%. So yesterday was the worst thickness I'd seen it, but it's still not even close to Kelowna because we're far away, and we could see it, but not really smell it. But it was thick, and so yesterday it was just smoke. I mean, it's hard to tell if there's clouds in the air too. So take this for what it's worth, Mike. But yesterday we pulled in 60 kilowatt hours of electricity, which was more than enough to use. It was more than enough to run the pump in the well all day. My wife did some laundry. I think I even charged the car a little bit. So it was more than enough. But on a full sunny day without clouds in the summer, I'll get up to 180 kilowatt hours in a day. But that would be a perfectly crisp day at the summer solstice. I don't think we would even get that right now on a perfectly crisp day, maybe 100, 120. So it's about 50%. So the smoke absolutely affects the solar, no question about it. The thing with it though, is that it's not a threat to the solar in that regard, because fires only happen in the summer, typically. And the days are so long in the summer, and even on a cloudy day, I always get the power that I need. There actually is always a case in the summer where I'll take the car, because we have a Tesla Model X. I'll take the car on a road trip. Let's say I'll just go an hour and a half or 2 hours away, and I'll come back, and I don't need to charge. I can do that. I can do a kind of a 400-kilometer round trip in that car. 400 kilometers is 320 miles. No, 300 miles maybe. I can do that much of a round trip and just come back and charge with the sun. And so if I come back and I'm at kind of 5% on that car, it needs a lot of power to get it back up. If it's a really cloudy day, I'll have to kind of pick and choose. Oh, and my wife wants to do laundry. Okay, let's unplug the car for a while. That kind of thing. But for the most part, because the days are so long in the summer, the smoke doesn't really matter. Where climate change, i.e. geoengineering, really affects the solars in the winter. So, but because I've gone into this electroculture stuff with the copper rods, chemtrails have not stuck. We'll see if that works in the winter, because I didn't start this until the summer. But that's when your solar can really be hammered, is that if it's in the winter where there's the least amount of sun coming up, the shortest day, and it's socked in cloudy because they chemtrailed, you're getting, I mean, like I said this in a video I did about it. The lowest amount of solar that I've ever generated in a day was around the winter solstice on a really cloudy day, and it was 1.8 kilowatt hours total generation for the day solar. Okay. Whereas in the summer, at the summer solstice, the longest day, the best conditions I've ever seen, I'll get 180 kilowatt hours of solar. So 100x multiple in 6 months difference. It's really interesting. At the end of the day, we have a lot of diesel storage. And I really only, now with the way my system is set up, I'm really only expecting to burn about 100 liters of diesel a winter. And all of that is in approximately a 30 to 60 day period where it's darkest and the days are shortest. And that's enough diesel to keep the batteries topped up. I mean, my energy usage is less in the summer anyways. Well, not necessarily. It is overall because I'm not pumping water in the winter. In the summertime, when I'm running my farm, and I've got 3 greenhouses going, I've got a quarter acre in field production, I've got a quarter acre food forest, and another quarter acre food forest that need to be irrigated. I'll spend probably 20 kilowatt hours in a day pumping water. So that's pumping it from the well into the gravity feed cisterns and then gravity feeding down into the farm. I don't need to do that in the winter. So I'm going to use less 20 kilowatt hours a day on average in the winter than I will in summer. So generally speaking, we still do the same amount of laundry. Actually, no, we probably do less laundry in the winter because I don't get as dirty. So maybe we spend a little less on laundry, but we need more light, but light isn't really a big expense. I do need more air circulation in the greenhouse, which is a little bit more. And I do have to dedicate some amount of electricity to now cycling glycol water in our boiler system. So that's why. Yang says, why not geothermal? Well, why geothermal? Why would I do that? Because I can't answer why not for everything. You tell me why I should do geothermal, and I'll tell you why not. If what you say makes sense to me. So is your well deep enough so that you can drink water? Is your well deep enough so you can drink the water? You mean, no, can I reach into my well? No, my well requires electricity to pull from it. But we have 2 wells on this property that are both different. And then we have ponds that I'm kind of about to start on. We have 2 ponds. So we have 3 sources of water on our property. I always say it's really good to have two sources of water. That's really ideal. So just one and something else, and they could be in any number of things. It's good to have 2. We have 3 because, well, we have 2, and then we're going to have a 3rd fairly soon, and then we'll get the benefit from that next spring. But so we have a drilled well, which is a 300 and something feet deep well that's through straight granite, and we're pulling the most unbelievable water you've ever tasted from the earth. It's super high mineral, so we need to soften it a bit just so the shower doesn't get gunked up so much. But drinking that hard water, man, it's just so quenching, and the minerals are just amazing. So that water is God's water, in my opinion. That's our drinking water. And right now I'm irrigating with most of that water because we've been blessed with a well that just is seemingly unchained to the hydraulic cycle. It's groundwater. It's look up primary water. It's I don't know if it's primary water. I can't prove that, but that's a thing out there that's worth looking into. We get this really great source of water. So the other source of water we have is a seasonal pit well, where we have a culvert that goes in the ground. It's about 12 feet deep, and it's in a really low point on our property where there is already a natural pond. And so I'm going to be making that pond better, essentially, is one of the ponds that we're developing. And so during the spring melt, starting actually about late February, if it's not still too cold, I can actually pump water from that well. And then I can pump water from that well into this year. I pumped it until July, which is crazy. But normally you probably wouldn't be able to pump it past the June rains, because we get June rains out here like Kelowna does. And then it comes back in, depending on the fall precipitation, it comes back in about, once there's been enough accumulation of maybe a number of days of rain, it'll come back by mid to late October. And then I can pump it really far into the winter, actually, because our cistern that came with the property, it's a 40,000 liter concrete cistern that's insulated on the outside, and there's a little shack built above it, which is basically a kind of a tool shed. And that water, so that's how they had water in here all winter, is he would pump all the runoff, the melt, or our ground accumulated water into this cistern whenever it was available, just to keep topping up the cistern. And he had enough water to get him through the full winter. it's not enough water for me with a family of 4 and wanting to start farming in greenhouses in February. It's not enough. So thank goodness we have 2 sources, but that's what our sources look like. And then once we develop these 2 ponds, we're going to have about 6 million liters of snowmelt and rain capture that we can hold. And both of these ponds are in treat areas. They're already natural ponds. The one pond is a full-on bona fide pond. It fills up, you can see it. It just needs to be deeper. We need to take out a couple trees so that they don't collapse when we dig the pond deeper, but it's pretty much there. We might not even need to use a geotextile liner because there seems to be enough bentonite clay in there that it can hold that water pretty well. And we might be able to make it better as we dig it deeper. But I'm prepared to use a geotextile liner if we need to. And then the other pond is I'm going to eventually turn into a natural swimming pool. So it'll be a pond that we can put fish in and things like that. But it'll be Richard Perkins did a good video on it. If you don't know about natural swimming pools, they're a real rabbit hole on YouTube and they're fucking great. And so I want to build one of those. So it'll function as a pond, but it'll also function as a lifestyle feature that is a pool we can swim in. We've got a little area we can make a sandy beach on. It's unbelievable. Actually, it's serendipitous because I didn't see that when I first bought this property. I saw the other pond because it was clear as day. You could see where the water settled even when I looked at this place when I saw this place in the summer in August, it was still there. And so, yeah. Joe says, oh my, all these years now you're going to lose me with copper rod culture BS. Yeah, I guess so. If that's your line in the sand. I don't notice when somebody unsubscribes from my channel. I don't know if you knew that, but it's not a threat or of consequence to me if you say you're not going to follow me anymore. It's like, okay, throw it into the grab bag of troll comments that I see all the time that don't faze me in any way. In fact, they give me fuel, and I enjoy it. So man, Kalikaku, I'm sorry that I always mispronounce your name, but I really appreciate your comment. Thank you for saying that. That's a very sweet thing to say. And that's all I try to be. And you can't come out with anything and not have people hate on you. All you can hope is that you can mobilize people to do certain things, to take action and do things that are better for their life. Because that's all for me. It's all been about is just helping people do something better. I mean, the only thing that really ever gets me emotional is seeing people crush, is seeing success. I don't get morally phased or emotionally phased by the crimes that the New World Order commit or things like that. I did for a long time when I went down the proverbial rabbit hole for many years, learning about the dark shit that's out there and sort of the reality of our world and how the power structure works and all that. But nothing phases me more than hearing things like that and knowing that something I've done and put out there had such an effect on you. Because for me, that's all I need. Yeah, it's nice to see guys like Douglas juice the algorithm for me with trolling and stuff, and that's great, and liking the videos or subscribing or sure, whatever. I barely make money off YouTube anymore, FYI, for people who wonder. And that's why I kind of come out and do things like this, because I just rather tell the truth and help people, because I actually recognize in a world of creators, the more creators you can help, the more creation you can manifest. And that's been my reality. And some people everybody has a different reality, right? And so some people don't really understand that you can't understand what it's like to be me, moreover that I can't understand what it's like to be you. But we're on my live stream, and so I'm going to have a tendency to talk more about myself, unfortunately, though I don't like to. But it is so valuable to me when somebody says that they've been changed by my information, and it's not disappointing when somebody comes along and says, oh, I was with you up until you said climate change, now I think you're a right-wing neo-Nazi. It's kind of, a lot of people just talk and they're just quick to say things, and I find usually the people that are the quickest to hate never really supported me actually at all. Like they just watch videos on YouTube and then they think that's supporting you. They didn't buy any of my courses or do anything that I've actually offered value in, because that's what I try to do, is just offer value. I'm not here just to grift. I don't grift. The only way I've made money, and it's the reason why I can build a house that's costing me a shitload of money, is because I've just created value for people. And I've sold things that people like. I still run into people, because I was one of the first guys in the whole, well, I think I was the first guy in the market gardening space to publish an online course. So I was an early adopter in doing online content in that regard, selling valuable information that can help people make money. That was my first goal. Now, some of our courses aren't just about money, they're about other things, holistic context and such. But I still have people who come up to me on the street in all kinds of places that say, man, I took your first online course and it changed my life. And I go, wow, thank you. Tell me more. I want to hear more about what you're doing. And, I'm interested in what people are doing. And I like to hear success stories, because that's social capital right there moves mountains. It's so valuable. I think a delusion that humanity is going to find itself in fairly soon with AI is that you can already see it. You see a lot of this content driven by AI. And, especially with how there's the OnlyFans thing, which is hilarious, is, one of the biggest industries that's going to get disrupted is porn. And that's awesome. but there's all these people that are freaking out because an AI can create the most attractive blonde girl with big tits in a bikini that's very revealing, and men will pay for it. They can do it easier than the hot woman with the big tits in the bikini can do it. And they can do it cheaper, and they can scale it infinitely. So we're going to get to a place fairly soon that AI is going to completely change the content world. I'm preparing for this. I'm prepared for this, actually. And it's not actually going to affect us for a long time. But it's going to change a lot of those kind of crappy, annoying TikTok creators that just make dumb viral content. AI is just going to do all that shit for you. And it's going to do it at 1,000,000x the velocity that you've ever experienced. We're about to go into kind of like how in the Great Depression, at least with the mainstream narrative of the Great Depression, that when they had manufacturing assembly lines, they were able to, revolutionize working. And it also made a lot of people redundant, because now you didn't have to have a guy just push a switch. Now a machine can do it. And so we're going to have the same experience with AI. And I'm predicting, and I'm on the record saying this is going to be my prediction, is that we're going to go into this complete period of a content boom, just like how in the Great Depression there was a manufacturing boom and there's this huge surge of productivity where there was a lot of people making money, and and a lot of people getting rich quick. But then boom, the reality came in as, holy shit, a lot of people lost their jobs, and now a lot of people are bust, and now there's a Great Depression. And I don't buy the mainstream narrative story of the Great Depression, but just to illustrate a point, is I believe we're going to experience a similar thing with AI, and it's complete surging of the content space. So guys like Owen Benjamin won't be AI replaced. Guys like me who show you practical things and challenge the establishment narrative won't be replaced by AI, at least not right away. They'll probably be able to make, controlled opposition fairly soon, and you'll see new content creators come out all of a sudden that kind of have really cool opinions, and you'll be able to just go into Google Trends and what's trending. Okay, let's go at this market of niche content, and let's just serve that market and just put a machine gun assault, a fire hose worth of content at them and just get clicks. So that's totally possible. Though I think the true litmus test for comedians is their willingness to say the N-word. And Owen, I know you're listening. I won't say it on this stream, but I think guys like you will always pass the litmus test, because as soon as you start to challenge the AI with woke stuff, it's going to go just like how we saw ChatGPT go totally woke. So there'll be a litmus test that'll have to pass, but it's going to be interesting. Is there's going to be, and even right now, I have friends that are in marketing who use ChatGPT regularly, and they are cranking huge numbers. What used to require 20 people on a marketing team with all kinds of different positions can now be done with one guy managing an AI or a couple guys managing an AI. Same with lawyers. Lawyers are about to be made redundant. All level lawyers, all low level bankers, all low level finance people, they're all going to be replaced with AI. All you need is an upper level manager, and you can destroy the entire workforce. So AI is going to fairly soon, and I would say that it already is going to completely disrupt content. And going back to what I was saying about social capital and the fact that some people say nice things to me and tell me that I've helped them, and it moves me, and it's very important, and I value that more than any amount of likes or any juice in the algorithm, is that when content becomes so abundant that it's no longer worth anything, relationships are going to be worth more than anything. And so that's why I tell people, even when I did that last video about 5 things to get you through the next 10 years against the New World Order, is that why I said community. And I actually had a note here to talk about community because somebody brought it up when I asked what I should talk about in the next thing, is that community it's up there. I mean, it's hard. Everybody's going to have their own sort of different hierarchy of values, right? That's important, and everybody's context matters. But community and real community is going to become really scarce, because as all of these millennials, and what's the generation after millennials? Anyways, it doesn't matter. All these people that grew up with smartphones. I was born in the late 70s, and I grew up without the internet. I was out of high school without the internet. The internet happened when I was 18, and we were into it, but we had spent all of our formative years without the internet, without social media, without, instant algorithmic instant gratification, that it's not going to affect us the way the current generation is. And the thing that's quite concerning when you think about the way the future goes is that there's a large swath of the population that completely live on their devices. They barely have friends in the real world. If they have jobs that's online, everything they do is hinged on the internet, and they're about to get really pinched hard. And they're going to be the biggest candidates to go into the UBI CBDC system. And it's going to be quite a thing to watch. I'm excited for it because I think it's going to be, I like change. And so I think transitions and changes are good because there'll always be a resorting, and people will find their center again. And a lot of people will go by the wayside, and that's just life. That's how it goes. Some people switch on and some people don't. And some people are lemmings walking themselves off the cliff, and that's it. So it's going to really change everything. And right now we're at the precipice of that. But yeah, the content space is going to be crazy. And I'm preparing for that outcome in the sense that I'm doing a lot on my off-grid property. I recognize that I'm doing what most people can't do, but I'm not most people. I'm an extreme minority within a minority of people, I believe. And maybe I'm not. And I hope I'm not, because there's nothing comforting about being in a minority. But I'm doing what most people won't do, is get as insanely resilient as possible. And yeah, my system and everything I'm doing isn't perfect. There's lots of flaws, and I'm figuring it out as I go. And people on the YouTube comments are happy to let me know what things that I missed and whatnot. But yeah, I'm doing a ton. And it was, to start, it was all about food, water, energy, and shelter. Not in that order, but those 4 things that we needed to secure to get into the next phase of this rollout, which I think is going to last a number of years. I'm not worried about the lights going out tomorrow or anything like that, but we're doing it as hardcore as we can, because I'm preparing for the outcome that I will be blocked out of the internet eventually. Because if they do make the digital ID thing as they're proposing, and then that is needed to get an internet connection, I won't have an internet connection. And then you'll say bye-bye to public Kurdistan and I go to private Kurdistan, which there's always been private Kurdistan, but you guys have seen the public Kurdistan. Some of you in the chat know me and I've interacted with you. And but that's, I'm preparing for that outcome so that when that happens, I'm just going to go back on the farm. I'm growing my own food. We're raising our own animals. For anything I can't raise myself, we can trade for. I've been invested in physical assets for a very long time. For 20 years, I've invested in precious metals. Started buying Bitcoin late, but I hold Bitcoin. I hold, it's like my old buddy Steve says, is the more ways you have to get paid, the more you get paid. So I've diversified those types of things. I'm completely out of the financial markets. And some people say, oh, then you pigeonholed yourself too much. Well, maybe I'm willing to take that risk, but I got everything out of the financial markets a number of years ago, but a year before the COVID thing happened, and completely went metals, physical assets as in tools, machinery, equipment, real estate, businesses, and crypto. Did I say crypto? But yeah, all that stuff. I went into all the other alternative assets because there's many types of financial assets, right? There's money is just one of them, and or currency is just one of them. So there's many things, and so I've done what a lot of people won't do because I'm preparing for a worst case scenario. And I always say, is you prepare for the worst and you hope for the best. So that's kind of where we're at. So that was my little rant about AI. Is that that's kind of where I think it's going, and I think that we're going to have. Well, I guess the other thing is to finish the thought on AI. She didn't totally finish the timeline of how I think things will go. I don't know when this will happen. I think it's underway now. It's well underway now. Is that there's going to be this massive surge in content, and you can already see that there kind of is. And there's going to start to be so many content creators out there that you won't even know who's AI and who isn't, because it's so damn convincing. And so you're going to see a lot of new personalities that just pop up on the scene, and you're going to go, there's just something not right about them. And it'll go through a demo sort of beta phase for a long time where they're really going to tweak it, get feedback and readjust the algorithm and whatnot. But we're going to go into a phase where there's going to be so much fucking content out there that it's now going to create a supply and demand problem where there's such an abundance of content online, but such a scarcity of content and experience and service in the real world. And so it's going to mean, and I talk with my construction guys about this all the time. We a number of times, I should say, not we talk about it all the time. We talk about it times how tradespeople are going to be more relevant than doctors, because a surgeon will be replaced way before an electrician. And here's why. And I actually have a buddy who's doing some work up here. He's an electrician, and his daughter is apprenticing with him, and it's super cute. And she's 14, but she actually wants to be a surgeon. And she's a really smart girl. And as we were having this conversation and we were talking about who will be replaced first, a surgeon or an electrician. And I believe the answer is a surgeon, because just think about the infrastructure required. So surgeries, for one, take place in one place. Usually it's a hospital, some kind of regional hospital. The surgery takes place. And most surgeries are very boilerplate. They follow a flow chart of what to do. And their surgeons are trained with, okay, you might experience this anomaly. This is the flow chart, what you do next if that happens, and so on and so forth. Just follow a flow chart. So a machine, and this technology already is out there. Go look. The World Economic Forum even makes videos about this stuff all the time. Is that you're going to have surgeons, robot surgeons, doing surgery very quickly, if not already to some degree, because you can have it all in one place. It's an expensive procedure, so it can justify the cost to build that infrastructure. And it follows things that can be programmed very easily into the system. Now, I'm not saying the job of an electrician can't be programmed by an AI. It certainly could. But the difference is cost, is that an electrician will come in for $50 an hour and just drill the holes and do the rough in and put in the boxes and all that stuff. Think about the infrastructure to create a robot electrician to be paid $50 an hour. Well, guaranteed, if a robot does it, it's going to be cheaper, because then they're going to scale it up. So the economies of scale just aren't there. And so AI is going to really challenge, and robotics is going to challenge stuff. But trades guys, fuck, they're going to be good for a long time. Farmers, tradespeople, anybody that just offers a physical service is going to be extremely valuable, because there's going to be an abundance of content and experience and service online in that world that's going to drive the price down. It's why internet services and computer services get perpetually cheap. It's one of the only things. Well, no, there's other things I'm sure, but it's one of few things out there that gets cheaper, because with inflation, everything else gets more expensive. Wages are higher, copper wire is expensive, lumber's expensive, everything's expensive. Buying a car is expensive. But a new subscription to this online service and so on and so forth is getting cheaper than ever, because the technology is so scalable that you can continuously, there's a term for that, I forget what it's called, but you can continuously lower the price in technology. But when it comes to real human experiences, it's going to be very very valuable, just like how people who didn't take the shot are going to become very valuable, because we might be in a minority in that a bunch of people are going to need a lot of medical attention for taking those boosters. And I have a handful in my family already. And those people are going to require services, and it's going to surge the system. And that's where the whole Cloward and pivot thing is that I was going on earlier. That's a big part of that, is they surge the system. And so what they did with the shots and all that is a bunch of people took something that they didn't need and now have created a potential. I'm not saying everybody who took the shot is going to have an adverse reaction. I can't prove that. I don't know that. But I know a lot of people who did, who had adverse reactions. And everybody I know who admitted they took the shot still got COVID. And most of them still said, yeah, well, at least I'm not in the hospital. That means the shot worked. Meanwhile, you were told that it was going to stop transmission, and you were told that it would boost your immunity to said virus. But then they changed their narrative the whole way. No, we never said that. But then you can go back and watch the clips of Fauci saying all this stuff and Biden saying all this stuff. So they're going to surge the system. And it's the same thing with the transgender surgeries and stuff like that. This is going to surge the system. And so people are going to just have to get used to taking care. We need nurses, right? Nurses are better than doctors for the most part, because they actually just deal with trauma. The medical system, in my opinion, is really only valuable when it comes to trauma, an emergency surgery because you got in a car accident or something like that. When it comes to chronic illness and things like that, it's useless. Holistic medicine is just far better and has a longer track record, and has very little downside, as far as pharmaceuticals have downside for everything. I don't even take Tylenol. If I get a headache, I don't even take Tylenol. I have to admit, actually, the smoke in the first couple of days gave me a headache, and I don't even take Tylenol. It doesn't work for me. I don't know what it is. It doesn't work for me. I'm not saying Tylenol doesn't work for you or work for people. It doesn't work for me, so I don't even bother taking it, because I noticed physical downsides after taking this shit. So my family doesn't take pharmaceutical drugs. Now, I'm not saying that if I lost a leg in a car accident, if you offered me morphine, I wouldn't take it. I probably would take it if I lost a leg. So I think there's a time and a place for some of these things, but I think for the most part, it's just a mechanism for making money. Pharma is the epitome of disaster capitalism. It really is. And I think when Naomi Klein wrote her book, I read part of it. I didn't finish it. I find her quite difficult to listen to, especially now, because she bought so into this COVID narrative. I used to like her though. She didn't really get into pharma in that book. This pharma, you could argue, is the biggest disaster capitalism industry. Make you sick with shit from birth, inject that baby, get that baby stuck with this, that. And then you have a lifelong customer that needs all kinds of relief for their suffering. And it's not hard to see, because anybody who's known a doctor, I've had personal friends that are doctor. I grew up doing doctors, and I had, when I grew up as a kid, I had a friend whose dad was a doctor. And pharmaceutical reps come in. I mean, for me to sit here and try to demonstrate to you the revolving door of big pharma and doctors is kind of redundant, because you've probably seen all of it and heard about all of it. But that's there. And so how can you trust this industry with anything? Because it's completely captured. But there's no money in telling you to not take a vaccine, right? There's no money in telling you to, instead of just taking this and this pharmaceutical drug, get exercise, get a good night's sleep, and eat healthy food. Like, there's no money in that. So it's so easy to see how that sector is completely captured. And yeah, so. Okay. Okay, I was going to talk a little bit about fire because that came up a lot. So, and people asking me all the time why I don't have a video on fire suppression. The main reason is that I don't want to give away my location. And if I were to show you geographical features and things on my property that go outside of the property, because what I will tell you is that the decision I made to buy my property was rooted in fire safety. And I made the decision to buy this property based on geographical features that were close, but not on my properties that could be defensive mechanisms. And so I haven't made a video about it because I don't want to show you these things and then give away exactly where I live. I tell people that I live in southern BC, and that's all you need to know. You don't need to know exactly where I live. It's not going to be any benefit to you as far as information. And it certainly doesn't help me because then I have people showing up at my house and my wife doesn't like it. And I don't like when people show up unannounced. I never really have, but so I'll talk about some fire suppression things, but I'll talk about them in, actually, maybe this is a good opportunity to get on Google Earth and show some shit. Let me zoom out. Let's do it here. I'll let you guys throw some stuff in the chat at me and I'll take a look back at it. I'm going to move my screen over there so I'll no longer look at the camera. And I've got my Google Earth down here. This juice my wife made is insane. It's so good. It's got fennel in it. I don't know if you guys grow fennel in the garden, but it's a real unsung hero of vegetables, I have to say. It's a really good herb if you like the black licorice kind of flavor. But the vegetable itself, I'm growing it now in a way like celery. Well, it grows kind of like celery. No, it's not in the same plant family. It's the same plant family as carrots, I believe. But anyways, it grows like celery and you can kind of peel off the outside. So you can have cut and come again fennel. You just keep peeling off the outside stalks and rejuice them. And it's absolutely insane. And so let's see if I can, you know what, we'll look at Kelowna on the map and we'll talk about some fire stuff here. So it's important to understand some things about fire. One is that for the most part, and this is very important if you're in a mountainous area, is that fire moves uphill and it's easily observable. Fire, and I've witnessed so many fires in my life, you can just see it. And fires, now I'm not saying a fire won't move downhill, it will. It just won't move downhill nearly as fast as it'll move uphill. And so here's Kelowna, and a bunch of those fires are happening right in here. I have half dozen friends I've been talking to recently that are all evacuated from here and in Magic Estates and all this area here. And so when a fire happens, let's say a fire starts right down here, it moves like a lightning up this mountain. It's just because you see fire the flames move up, right? So it's already going up. And so when it goes up a hill, it goes real fast. But what happens is when the fire hits this ridge line, it doesn't cross that ridge line right away. Granted, if the wind direction changes, and that's actually what happened here, and then that's how it went downhill. But the wind direction could change, it can blow embers over, and then if that wind is pushing this way, that fire is going to make its way down that hill, no question about it. But when I look for property in these fire-prone regions, I look for features like that. I look for exposed ridge lines that divide the property in some way so that you have a line of defense in one direction. On my property in particular, we have kind of an exposed area like this. And we have on our front facing the south, we don't have a lot of trees. And I have this whole area super irrigated. I have 1.25 inch prime 100 line that can move 10 gallons a minute, 10 GPM. So I can run huge amounts of sprinklers and I can hose down because it's dry right now. Even the grass on my property is dry. It's a fire risk, but I'm hammering it with water. And I've got the abundance of water that I can afford to do that. And so things like that, you want to think about where the fire moves, where it can come from, where it's a threat. And I won't say that my property doesn't have vulnerabilities. It certainly does. And I'm addressing the weakest links first. I'll tell you that. Other features that are super key when you're thinking about property for fire suppression is brakes. Do you have fire brakes near you? So roads are good fire brakes. Power lines are really good fire brakes. Like I'd never want to live near a big, massive commercial fire line. I wouldn't want to be more than say 500 feet close to it. But if you had that in an area in your property, that check. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that, folks. Yeah, freeze. Sorry, guys. The Starlink. What was I saying? Yeah. So your water is super important on what you have. I mean, it's good to have a source of water, but a source of water alone isn't really enough to defend yourself in a fire situation. So, for example, I have I mentioned that I have two sources of water on my property. I have a deep well that I can pump 10 GPM from seemingly limitlessly. I can pretty much just turn it on and just let it rip. The seasonal well I have is limited, the pit well, because it's connected to the hydraulic cycle in the surface water. So it only has water in it when there's water accumulation on the surface. And so those two alone are pretty good, but my well alone isn't good enough for fire suppression and almost not good enough to irrigate. Case in point that if I want to run a lot of sprinklers on my farm at once, say I need to water everything or for whatever the reason is, I need a lot of water. If I just run the well at 10 GPM, I can run 10 GPM, but I'm limited to 10 GPM and I'm limited that water is only coming from one source. And so where cisterns and and ponds come in is that they allow you to decentralize the source. So the first major piece of infrastructure I put on my property, one of the first, is a gravity feed 16,000 liter cistern system that's 100 feet above and about 300 linear feet away horizontally from the well. And then, so how it works in my system is that the well, whenever there's a call for water in the cisterns, because there's a float valve in there, and now that that's getting connected to the house, this is how it's going to work, is whenever the float valve is down and there's a call for water in the cisterns, the well just turns on and pumps and it fills up those cisterns. And then when the float valve closes, just like in your toilet, it closes a little gasket on the seal on the faucet and it stops pumping. And then that sends a signal to the well to stop. And so the advantage of this now is that I can pump water live from the well at 10 GPM at about 30 pounds per square foot or 30 PSI. And I can also pump water from the cisterns that are at a different location on the property at 10 GPM at about 40 PSI. Obviously that PSI depends on where you are, right? And how high you are. And so I can pump water from two different locations and I can pump one of them without the well for a while. I've got 16,000 liters that I'm sitting on that I can use as a reserve to pump anywhere. So this is so in a situation right now, if I had a fire coming at me from two directions, I can send water to two directions for a while, and then I'll have to recharge the cistern to do it again. Where the ponds come into play on this is now I can sit on two huge bodies of water. They're about approximately 3 million liters each. That will be all snow melt capture. That the snow melt that I have will more than fill these wells, because we get so much snow up here, and I've been able to calculate the surface area, square footage, how much of that is going to move into the main drawer to deliver that water. Each pond feeds into one another. So now what I can do is I come out of winter and I can have my ponds full from snow melt, and we're going to use that water. It's going to go down. We're so dry here. We don't get much. We get very little precipitation in the growing season. And so what I can do now is I can pump water from my well to my cisterns. And let's say my ponds are fairly low. Because say we're in August and there's very little, if any, water in the ponds. But what I can do now is I can pump water from the well, from one source to a secondary source, which is the cisterns. And meanwhile, all that water is gravity fed to every irrigation feature, including the fire suppression and watering feature and greenhouses and all that, and the house and all that is connected to that gravity fed system. Well, the house is independent from it, actually. But then I can take any overflow from the cisterns and just drop those right down in the pond. So I can continuously just pump water and store it for if I really need it. Because if I can do all this before perhaps the next fire that might be a threat to me, I'll be able to pump from, at the end of it, 3 different ponds, 2 different wells. I didn't even mention I did mention the pit well, but the pit well isn't that valuable in the summer when fires. So we'll call that one irrelevant. But I can pump from the well, the cisterns, and the ponds so that's 5 different sources in 5 different locations, so that I can defend an area. And so what I'm doing on the property is connecting my whole fence line with a 1 1/4 inch prime 100 line. And I'll have to do some pressure tests and flow tests to see how it'll work best. But what I'm essentially hoping to do is that we have a fence perimeter that's 2,400 linear feet. What I want to be able to do is have 2 partitions. So I've got a front this way and a front this way, and it's basically a circle, so that I can pump water from one direction, and I'll have each sprinkler that's on that line. That line won't stay charged. That line, you will send water to it when you need it. This isn't going to be part of a regular irrigation system unless I see a fire coming and I really want to hose down my perimeter. Then I'll be able to do that. But that's kind of what that looks like. I can turn off individual sprinklers. They're not set to a timer. It's a manual thing. I go and I open the valve and I drop water from the gravity fed cisterns or the well or both. If I want higher PSI to get it faster, it'll go down. Whoa, that's a big potato. Nice. And I can just hose down an area. Somebody said there, Joanne said, have you considered cinder block or cement structure with a metal roof? Yes, to all of those. The house we built is an ICF first floor. So it's 8 inches of concrete with 3 inches of foam insulation on both sides, R40. And of course, foundations, concrete. The second level is stick framed wood. You can see that going up behind me, the Tyvek there. We're putting in windows, but every feature on my house is sided with steel and concrete. So the features on this house will be similar to what we did on this garage greenhouse here. Is there's steel. Some walls are featured steel, 7/8 corrugated steel, and or hardy plank, which is made of concrete, super fire resistant, and of course steel roof. Every structure on our to not use a steel roof in this day and age is almost ridiculous. Steel lasts so much longer than any type of shingle. Yes, it's more expensive, but you need to change it way less and it stops fires. So there's no real, and it's really good for collecting water. So yes, to all those things, absolutely. Every building that's here is going to be sided with steel and or concrete. Every exterior thing, except the odd glue lamp post, because there's another deck that comes off this here, and there's another roof that goes underneath this like this, and it doesn't cover the top windows, but that roof even there will be steel And then all the siding around it is concrete, hardy plank, and then except the odd post. And I did glue lamb posts. I could have done milled posts, but I actually liked the idea that glue lamb posts are just so gnarly. Like they're impregnable. And I'm not saying they wouldn't burn. Of course, they would burn if a fire was at them for a while, but they wouldn't burn as quick as a wood post that, you know, they split and they crack. And there's, because you can coat any of these things, right? Which you would, I suspect that I could be wrong on this, but I suspect that glue lamb posts will be less prone to fire because they're less porous. And so if you're worried about smoke or embers flying in or whatever, there's less places for it to catch. And so I've kind of thought all these things through, and you tell me if I'm missing some stuff. But and another thing we've done on this house, we're not doing the HVAC yet, but we're going to, is without going down a rabbit hole on how we've made this house full of different redundancies in terms of power and heat and all that kind of stuff. But just on the HVAC system alone, and there's an HRV in there. So we'll have a heat pump system that will go through a HEPA filter. And so our plan is that if we get smoked out, we can hold out for a long time because we can just run the HEPA filter and stay in the house. Because my plan, and you call me crazy, but my plan is that if there was a fire risking here, I would not leave. I would be here till the end. And I'm, you know, hopefully that doesn't mean that anything terrible happens to me, but I would defend it till the end, because this whole eminent domain thing, this is how they get you. This is how the New World Order is going to take a lot of people's land. And I can't prove that that's what they're doing with the fires right now, but there's certainly been cases in the past when that has been done. You know, look at large real estate development projects like the one that just happened in Australia after all those fires during COVID that, you know, took out, they wanted to put in that big tram line, and people say they're trying to do it in Hawaii and whatever. It's not, it's a fairly good disaster capitalism tactic. Even leftist Naomi Klein admits that disaster capitalism fires are used for that. And so you get in and, you know, start a bunch of fires and burn a bunch of shit to the ground, and then come in and buy the real estate at pennies on the dollar. Or the government comes in and says, you have to leave. And you don't actually have to leave. It's when you leave that you don't get allowed back. And so the hardcore guys stick around. And that's kind of when that fire in Kamloops back in 2021, a lot of those guys stayed till the end. They didn't get physically removed. And I'm not saying there aren't cases of people that have been physically removed, but I was following a lot of guys that were posting content and during that whole thing, and met a lot of people involved in that, were affected by that fire, and they stood their ground and they didn't leave, and their places didn't burn down. So we can do things like sprinkle water everywhere. I mean, this is the advantage of having a lot of water, is that you can just throw it. Another thing we have on the property is I have 3 different mobile pumps. So I've got these 2 little Hondas that pump into a 1.5, 1.25 inch fire hose, which isn't as big as a 2-inch fire hose, but it's pretty good. And these little pumps, they're neat. They got a handle on them, and you can just run. You can grab them and run. So I've got a little kit. It's got a basket with a folded up 1.25 inch fire hose with that pump. And you just take that pump to a water body. So this would be the case if we wanted to defend a position from a body of water, like a pond or something like that. You take that pump and go there. So I got 2 of those. I got another pump that's a 2-inch pump, Honda, which is a real fire hose, which is just holy shit. You just move a massive amount of water. So we can do that too. Another thing that's huge with fire is talking to people in your community. And the folks in my neighborhood here, at least there's a couple individuals who have really stepped up and have owned and taken responsibility outside of their property and have infrastructure available to our sort of small group of people that live in this community, have really, really stepped up. We've got a fire truck, a full-on fire truck with, I think it's sitting on 10,000 liters of water that's ready to go at a moment's notice. And I even do stuff where during this last week, I fly my drone up in the air and I do little reconnaissance flies. And even with limited visibility, I can move around and I can still see 10 kilometers out at the worst conditions. And so I can just every day just do a check. I just go up and do a check. I'll text a couple of my neighbors and let them know, hey, we're good. I mean, I really only have to text them if we're concerned that there's a threat. I can get a good bird's eye view of that. And even, my one neighbor, he's down in the valley. He can look up and see my property. He can see my whole mountainside from only one place on his property, but I can look down and see his whole property. And so we have an understanding that I'll watch your mountainside, you watch my mountainside. So things like that too, right? It's about decentralizing that network and that community. And so, yeah, that's some of the stuff that we've done. Again, I didn't want to give away things about my property that are specific geographical features, but I really, really looked when I bought this place, because it was in fire season when I bought this in 2020. And we didn't have any notable fires that year. But it was still, I grew up with it. So it's always been on my mind is, what do you do? And so when I bought this property, I made sure that there was enough things outside of the property that were beneficial geographical features that would prevent us from really being flanked from a non-localized fire. So of course you got a fire in the house. Well, you got a fire in the house. You got a fire on your property. Well, hopefully you got the infrastructure to put that out. If you have a fire that is somewhat close to your property, the hope is that you yourself and your neighbors can come together and make it happen fast. Because the fire departments, you can't rely on the fire departments, especially now. And I got lots of friends that are firefighters and they think it's all great. And I think it's overall, it's a fairly good government service to have the fire department, right? But it's better to just own it. And so that's how I feel, is that you just need to step up and take responsibility for it. And again, it's another thing that people won't want to do. And I see the comments on YouTube, and a lot of people are saying, yeah, I don't know if I want to move into the country now because I'm worried about fires. But it's everything is a risk. Living a life is a risk. Living a life in the city is probably more risky now than it's ever been, as far as being exposed to shitty things, propaganda, violence, just the sort of civil unrest that exists in cities, and I could say very easily that stuff's far more of a risk to me than fires, because with fires I can do a lot to prepare for it on my property, and this is where picking good properties is important, because a lot of people don't think about all these things. I have to tell you too, I mean, we've been looking at, as long as it's a good source of water, there's a way to access it, you can survive a fire. Yeah, as long as you don't get completely overwhelmed. And so that's where not having buildings too close to the trees and things like that are important. But also your building materials, and where are your water sources and all that kind of stuff. What's the plan? JNYC says, what's the water like in Tennessee? I don't know. It just depends on the property. Every property is different, but generally speaking, the entire Southeast of the United States has lots of water. The Southeast United States is where it's at for a lot of shit, actually. And if I wasn't, I like where we live, and I have no desire to leave Canada permanently and move elsewhere. I live a very free agorist lifestyle out here, and the fact that Justin Trudeau is a pussy and the government is a bunch of bedwetters doesn't bother me at all, because all government are the same. Without the state replaces the alpha male, because the government, the New World Order, has done such a good job of demoralizing the family and breaking down the family, so that single mothers raise little shit beta males, gamma males, who go out and commit crime and create victims, not stand for what's right and defend the family. You have an increase in crime, and you have where the hell was I going at that point? Man, I totally lost my train of thought. But breakdown of the family, and lost it, folks. Maybe I'm doing this stream a little too long. But what I actually wanted to do in this one is I wanted to show you some stuff. And if people are still in this, if you're still in this one, there's still, what do we got? We're 738 people in it still. So I'm going to show a couple properties that are still for sale, that we've put in our Homestead Accelerator. So I'm only bringing this up not because I want to market something to you. Well, partially, if you're interested in this thing that I do, it could help you and bring you a lot of value. And there's some of the people that are in our program in this chat right now. Is that we published that Finding the Perfect Homestead Property course, which I just show you the framework. This is how I do it, so you can do it yourself. That's the abundant thinking I have, is I'll first show you how to do it, then so that you can do it yourself. But if you want to pay me to do it, you can pay me to do it. But I'm happy to give you all the tools and all the information on how you can do it yourself. And I want you to do it yourself. You don't have to pay me to do it. But if you do want me to pay you to do it so that you can look at a number of properties, that's what we've been doing. And that the majority of time I've spent on online these days is that. And so is it, no, it's not legal. Is we've been finding properties for people. And it's been really fun. I really enjoy it. And we've already had a number of our clients buy the properties that we assessed for them. And they're saying, this is sweet because I barely had to do anything. And when we went to go look at the property, it was everything that they said. And there wasn't any surprises. Not to say that there couldn't be, because there's of course some things we can miss, right? But anything that's observable, we can, from afar, we can catch. And so that's what we do. It's called the Homestead Accelerator. And I'll just put a link to it. So there's a link in the show notes. Is it in this video? Here, I'll put it in the chat there. If you want more information, you can go there. And I believe, oh, I'm going to edit this one here. And I'll put it in, I'll put it down below here too, in the show notes. Edit video, there we go. And yeah, go check that out. So what we do is we publish about 10 a week, and we take direct feedback from our customers. So if you're in California and you want to stay in California, and that's just the reality for some people, of course I would suggest don't live in California, but that doesn't matter what I suggest. It's your context. We'll look at properties in California, and we've had some pretty sweet ones actually. Northern California is a bit of a gravy train actually, because a lot of people are leaving California, rightfully so. And you can now actually get homestead real estate in Northern California, really nice stuff for fairly cheap. And a lot of it is weed growing places, so the infrastructure can somewhat be dilapidated, but the properties themselves are really quite nice. And so we look wherever you're telling us to look, basically. So at the moment, most of our clients that are in this program are in the Southeast, just because that's where a lot of people live. Or on the East, we've had a number of people looking in Kentucky, Maine. People had looking in Illinois, of all places, Cleveland, looking in Ohio. Everybody has their own context. And so I can sit here and get on my high horse and say, don't live here, here. But you got your life. And so you're going to need to look at places that suit your context. And that might be in a leftist state. And I live in a leftist state, but it doesn't bother me, because it's irrelevant to me, because I'm in the country, and most people in the country are pretty conservative and resourceful, and don't depend on the state for everything. So, and I've also learned a lot about the system that I don't have to stand up to BS. So what was that thing? I was looking at, somebody made a comment here. Yeah, government is just a show to govern the mente, to govern the mind. Oh, Moose Lodge says, I think you're going to say if you didn't live in Canada, maybe the Southeast might be somewhere you consider. I don't know if that's what I was going to say, but I agree with that. And I've said that before. From what I've looked at, and we've looked at a lot of places, because now we're on week, what are we here? Where's my chart? Too many damn windows open on this thing. Oops. I think we're on week 9 or something from the accelerator. And so we've looked at a lot of properties, and we've really starting to notice trends. And what we're actually doing now too is we're publishing. We haven't set anything in stone yet of how often we're going to do this, because we did this thing as a whole an experiment. We just did this to see if there was a market for it, if people wanted it, and if it could help people, and we could make some money at it, of course. That we would kind of figure it out as we went, and we've been doing that. But the thing that's been really neat is we've been really identifying trends. And so we put out an email not too long ago that kind of, we picked out some of our top observational trends of where the best value is in the US when you factor in freedom, homesteading, food, water, energy, shelter, geopolitics. When you factor in a lot of things, we kind of, where are the best places considering those factors? And it's been pretty neat. We've published some really cool information. So we've done this since June 2nd. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We're on week 13 this week. And so what we do is I've trained, and I want to train you guys to do this stuff too. And you can take my course, or you can watch those 14 videos that I put out. If you are on a budget and you can't afford a course, no big deal. You can watch what I've put out on YouTube and learn a lot and do the work to figure this stuff out. But I show you all the stuff. In the course, I just go into way more detail, and I go through 54 examples in Google Earth, and we analyze and show you everything. But another brain fart. Yeah, what I was gonna say is, man, I'm probably just shut the stream down. I'm starting to lose it because I haven't eaten anything. Just had my coffee in the morning and this juice. But in the US, there are places that are just better than others. And we kind of observe these trends, and we're starting to publish it. And it's pretty damn cool. Because what we do, oh yeah, that's what I was saying, is I've trained, there's 2 people in my team. So Freedom Farmers from the field there's quite a number of people involved. We have about 10 people really actively, but there's 2 other people in my team besides me that just work with me on this project, the Homestead Accelerator. So I've taught them how to use Google Earth, and they know all the content in the course. They've seen me do it hundreds of times now, and they can go out and do batch searches. So people join our program and they say, hey, I'm looking in Idaho. This is my budget. I'm looking in Wyoming. This is my budget. I'm looking in whatever. And then we go and just find those places. And so far, there's been enough people in the course that we've been able to, in the program, that we've been able to find places for everybody, where everybody's looking. How we're going to handle that when more people come on, we'll have to figure that out. It might be by the consensus. But anyways, they go out and batch look at properties. And so they look at 200 properties. Those 200 properties go into a short list, as in they look at the real estate listing and they go, okay, it meets our criteria on price. I can see 2 water sources. We're not too close to a city. There's no major threats for agriculture, industry, or energy around. This goes to a short list. Boom. They find 200 properties like that. Then another guy on my team, Matthew, he goes in and he makes it down to a short list of maybe 50 or so. And then he goes through it further, because his eyes are very trained at this. And he also lives in BC and understands the nuance, and he's a guy who has experience in gardens and on land or whatever. So he makes that a short list that goes to me, and then they present me with about 10 to 15 properties. And in the first 6 weeks, 7 weeks, maybe first 5 or 6 weeks, I would get that 15 and I would eliminate a few, and then we would publish those, say 12 to 13 properties. But now my team is getting so good at this that when they come to me, I'm actually not eliminating anything. I'm just going, these are great and these are why, and we go through and analyze everything. And so it's a pretty fun process. it's a pretty fun. I've learned a ton. We've helped a ton of people. And it's really cool to see what's going on in the real estate market in the homestead space, because it's the only space I care about. I don't care about what's going on in inner city condo real estate development or that market. I only care about the homestead space. So we've been able to really look at some trends, and I'll tell you some real broad trends that I'm observing right now. Trends that you would observe if you looked at, you might be able to find these trends. I don't know. I'm not following what information people are publishing about it. We're just amalgamating all of our data and coming to conclusions based on that observable data. And so one of the things we've really observed is that prices are sliding right now. I started observing this at the beginning when we created the Finding the Perfect Homestead property, because we looked at 54 properties and I had to redo some of them. And when I started doing those critiques of those properties, I found better ways to do it. So I had reason to go back on stuff early on. And I noticed right away, I was like, holy shit, I did this review 2 weeks ago and went back on it. It just showed that it has $50,000 price reduction. Wow. So I observed that actually right away, but I didn't take it as a trend because I'd just seen it and it could have been coincidence, right? But then we just started seeing more and more of it. And now in week 13 here, we're seeing more of this, and prices are going down. So is that due to less demand? I don't know. All I'm going to share with you is what I've observed and what I can prove. And so we've observed that prices are sliding. In fact, here's a property. I'll show you this one. Here, I'll just share my screen. This property just came down 21,000. This is a cool property. This property was kind of, we started doing sort of A, B. So I classify properties in three ways. There's an A property, which is the absolute yes. It justifies going to look at it physically. There's a B property, and it's a maybe. It's B because it might not have everything you need. And you're going to have to dedicate some amount of resources to making it what you need. And then there's C properties, which are pretty much just fails that are eliminated off the right of the gate. So when we first started this program, we said, we're only going to go to A properties. But then we had a number of our clients say, well, some of the A properties are a little higher. Why don't you guys show us some properties that are kind of AB? They're almost an A, but they're B for one or two small reasons. And we could look at them. And so here's one that's an example. So this one's in Columbia, Kentucky. It just came down $21,000. And this is the kind of stuff we give you on a weekly basis, folks, in this Homestead Accelerator. So home's okay, it's all right. It's probably a bit of a fixer-upper. It's got some older siding. At least it's not vinyl siding. Deck's okay, it's whatever. The home isn't what this is about. We bring you the whole package of the home, the land, the other infrastructure, so the other outbuildings. So we got another kind of barn here, another type of older barn there. We got a gravel driveway, got a big sliding bay door there. Old, dilapidated, but it's actually not falling apart. The ceiling isn't collapsed. That one's a bit older. So they've got a number of pieces of infrastructure on this property that are, yes, old, but at the same time, there's some kind of charm to things like this, as long as it's not falling apart and isn't a liability, So again, it's not a perfect property, but it's got nice pastures. It's surrounded by trees. I'll find this one on Google Earth in a second. And it's green. It's got a pond. Every property we publish has 2 water sources unless otherwise stated. So that's our intention with everything we publish, is it has those 2 water sources. So it could be the city or the regional ag water plus a well, or it could be a well plus a pond. It could be a river or a stream or a riparian gulch area that has a seasonal stream or whatever. There has to be 2 sources of water on every property that we do. And so, and unless we otherwise state it. So this one, I'm going to just pull this up on Google. So this one was from, and it's still listed. This one was was it July 28th? Okay, so I got to go on my master list here and go into Columbia, Kentucky. July 28th. So I can go into Google Earth here and I've got all this stuff. July 28th, Columbia, Kentucky. Sorry, folks. Sparksville Road. Sometimes we have them on here. Sparksville Road. There it is. So this place here. Click on it. 41.5 acres. So this is a sweet piece of property. Okay, so you saw the house, you saw the somewhat dilapidated infrastructure, but I'm going to show you why this is a sweet property. Okay, so yes, it has a frontage on a road. It's not a major road. It's not a major highway. It's not a major connector. It's a road. Everybody's going to live on a road to some degree. And not everybody wants that much frontage on their property on a road. I get that. I wouldn't want that either. But if I was running a market garden, I would. And a lot of people want to get into farmsteading in some kind. You want to have some kind of revenue coming off your land so the land justifies the expense, justifies the work. You're going to put the work in, making some money on your land is kind of a no-brainer. But the thing that's sweet about this is you've got some prepared fields that are already great. And this is all just benign agriculture. It's just basically, I'm just gonna move this chat over here. It's fairly benign agriculture. It's hay cropping. You can tell that it's hay cropping because there's no major irrigation infrastructure. If they were doing corn or soy or something like that here, you'd see some wheel lines. You'd see some more infrastructure. And I'm not saying you'll see wheel lines with hay cropping and stuff like that, no doubt. But you won't see expensive, fancy, big infrastructure with hay cropping because it's just not as profitable. So growing GMO corn is more profitable than growing hay. That's not a controversial thing to say. But it's got a really good balance of trees and private areas. So you could, if you wanted to build another house, you could carve your way into the trees and build a private home in here. You've got a nice amount of vegetation and wildlife, which is what I like to see. This place has good access. So easy in off the road. You can make this into a turnaround. So yes, I'd like to see a turnaround, but it's not there. That's okay. You can make that into it. It's all flat, very clearable. It's easy. So this is a sweet property. And the two water sources, it's not a busy road. You look at what the neighbors are doing, you know, they're farmsteading. They're homesteading and growing hay, you know. I don't see any market gardens or anything like that, but I like these. Like I love a turnaround driveway. I love to see that kind of thing. But it's a pretty sweet property. It's pretty nice. And then you pull the lens back even further. I just go, okay, this kind of area here is what we call rural. This area here is called peri-urban. And then this area here is mostly suburban. It's not urban. You get urban in big cities. And so there's three types of kind of classifications of land. And so in a place like Kentucky, which is super green and beautiful, you can really see it when you zoom out because you can go, oh yeah, okay, you know, peri-urban, suburban, rural when you get more into the trees and the thick of it. Oh, is the map not showing? Oh shit. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I gotta change that. I've been sharing my damn screen the whole time. I was sharing the wrong thing. So you should be able to see that now. So I'll start again. So, oh my goodness. I was talking about that whole property. Sorry, guys. I'm going to start again. So here's that property. Again, you know, road, not a busy road, lots of fields that you can have production in, farmsteading, any amount of animal agriculture, crop-based agriculture, permaculture, whatever you want, you can do it. You've got that nice access in, you could make a turnaround driveway into that. You got a nice balance of natural vegetation and wildlife, as well as crops, which suits a lot of people's contexts. I'm not presenting these properties to you for my context. I'm presenting these properties for your context because the people that we find properties for, you take a little survey when you come into our program and we find properties for you. And so anyways, really cool layout in regards to that property, because if you wanted to have a market garden, you got the field production for it. Having a bit of frontage on a not busy road is good too. You can have customers, you can have a self-serve veggie stand, you know, in rural communities like that, that works. And so going back to the rural and peri-urban and urban thing, so look at the land here. So this is Kentucky, and Kentucky is in that CFA temperate wet climate. Kentucky's one of the nicest climates in the United States. I would say it's one of the greenest places in the world. It's startlingly beautiful. But what you can see here is this is rural. See where there's very few people living out here. There's a lot of trees. This is peri-urban, kind of agricultural. And then small towns and the areas around towns are suburban. So there's no urban here. We're not close to any urban, and that's good. But you can see this is where you get into really sparse population. And that's a big thing for me. And the properties that we try to look at is, unless people are requesting otherwise, we're looking in more of those rural areas where you're surrounded by less agriculture. You can sometimes live right in an agricultural zone like this. It's not the worst thing. But the thing that sucks about living in an ag zone, let's say you own this property here, is that if your neighbor wants to start growing GMO corn and spraying Roundup, you don't have a say in that matter, and that is going to affect your life. And so I generally don't like to live in ag areas. I'd rather live in more rural and further out areas. But just looking out here, there's nothing around here that's a major threat. I don't see any oil and gas development. I don't see any big ag. I see benign agriculture like hay cropping. If I saw center pivots and stuff like that, then we would see larger scale agriculture. This is a chicken CAFO, most likely. That's stack 'em, pack 'em, rack 'em, chicken industrial farming, but it's nowhere really near you. You wouldn't smell it at this distance. You wouldn't really even notice it's there. If it was right next door to you, you would smell it, you would notice it. And there's another CAFO here, but it's not. It's look at all those trees between you. It's insignificant to affecting you. And so those are the kind of things that I look for when we go in, we zoom in, we look at the overall on the property, then we zoom out a little bit to the local area, call it the few block radius like this. What's around us? What are the neighbors doing? What kind of stuff are they growing? Can I learn anything about the crops just by looking at the soil? Yes, I can. That's hay cropping. That's mostly just benign agriculture for animal feed. Most people don't do sprays and pesticides and over fertilize hay, because hay is just a carbon crop. You don't need much from the soil to grow hay. And so it's fairly benign as far as agriculture is concerned in how it affects you. It doesn't affect the water cycle really. And so those are the things we look for, zoom in and zoom out. Then we go further, we look at the sort of the 60 mile to 100 kilometer radius area, and then go, okay, what's this town? What's the deal on that town? So on and so forth. And then we pull up the socioeconomic metrics and kind of go from there. And then of course, we'll look at the climate. So here's, regarding this property here, this is the kind of stuff I love. I love looking at climate. It's super cool. Because you can tell so much about a place just by the information about the climate. We also go, so this is in the CFA right there. So the CFA, when you pull out, is a fairly large area of the United States. And there's microcosms in these CFAs. So CFA just generally means it's a temperate climate. You get sort of a hot, humid summer, and then you get a wet winter. And that's going to be different from up here in central Illinois as it is to southern Louisiana, because you also have to factor in your USDA zone. So property like St. Louis is probably a zone 6 or something like that, USDA zone 6, I think. And then coming down to New Orleans, you're going to be like a zone 9. So the level of temperate climate that exists in that spread is quite different in how it's experienced. But the general theme is the same, is that summers are hot and humid and winters are generally wet. You'll get lots of rain. And of course, there's nuance to all this stuff. But so, that climate information tells you so much, because I can just look at a map of North America here. And I can go, okay, that's CFA, that's DFA, which is a warmer DFB. I live in a DFB. In this dark purple zone, or the mid purple zone, that's DFB. That's probably what most Canadians experience, and a lot of Americans too, right? Everybody from north, some South Dakota, into Minnesota, and so on and so forth, all around here, Southern Ontario, experience life in a DFB. It's super, super common. And so that's the boreal. These are the higher elevation areas that have a lot of softwood trees. Your summers are hot and dry, and your winters are very precipitous with a lot of snow. You go down in climate zones. So up in here in North Dakota and areas of Minnesota, you'll be as cold as a zone 3 up here. But going down into the DFAs, now you're going to get into zones 5, 6, and maybe 7. And so in these climates, Nebraska, Iowa, parts of Minnesota, northern Illinois, Indiana, so on and so forth, you have a boreal climate with softwood trees, not always as the predominant trees, but you're going to have the integration of more hardwoods. So you start to see more oaks and trees like that, with peppered amongst softwood evergreen trees. And you have your winter is a little bit less precipitous. Your summers are hot and dry, like the DFBs. Your summers will be a little bit hotter. They'll still be fairly dry, and you'll start to get you'll get a little bit more precipitation on all sides, on all sides of the year. And so I can just look at the great thing about this map, and you can just get this as a plugin for Google Earth, is that you can, there we go. Just want to make sure that nothing's wrong with my share. I'm looking at you guys' chat. You can get a really good idea what life is like in all of these places. So if you've ever lived or spent time in Montana, you understand what it's like in most of Wyoming, half of Colorado, most of New Mexico, a good portion of Arizona, Utah, Nevada, southern Idaho, parts of southern Oregon and southern Washington, and even parts of British Columbia. Like Kelowna is in a BSK climate, as I showed in that last video. It's in a little sliver of BSK surrounded by DFB and then DFC. And DFC is getting really cold, but it's really neat because you can look at the map and go, oh yeah, holy shit, that's a DFC. That's pretty cold. That's a mountain range, obviously, because that's polar. So that's your elevation. And often, but not exclusively, your climate classification is somewhat correlated to your elevation. That's why you can find a DFC in Alberta here, and then go down really far south in Colorado, but be at 2,500 meters elevation and find a DFC, and even some parts that are polar. And we don't generally look at anything polar. Sorry, Alaskans and stuff like that. Well, actually, not all Alaska's in. I think Alaska's, a lot of it's DFC. Yeah, there's some DSC in here, but yeah, it's DFC and polar. But anyways, we generally don't look there because nobody's asking us to look. We would if people were asking us to, but so you can just. I love this map. It's the first thing I do when I look at a property, and I want to just immediately get a sense of what life is like in that area. I just go right to the climate classification, and right there, I get so much information. I have an idea of general precipitation. I have an idea of what the general winters are like, what the general summers are. I have a really good foundation of what life is like there. Then I can go to the data, and you can just use Google. Just type in, you want to know average precipitation in Boise, Idaho. Right there, boom, you'll get an answer. And to Google's credit, they're pretty on it. Though I wouldn't expect to use Google for much else than that, but they're pretty bang on with information that's not political. And so you can get that information really quickly. And that's kind of what we do, basically. Just looking at some of you guys' chats here. I'm going to show another property too for you guys. thought I saw a question here that popped out when I was thinking that I would jump back to. You guys, how you digging the stream? Smash the like if you're digging it. There's almost as many likes as there's people watching. So either people liked it and left, or people or everybody watching likes the video. So thank you. There we go. So if you guys, I don't want to say anything about the price because it might change and we have offers and stuff like that. So just go to that link that I shared. It's in the show notes of the video, and then we'll just send you more information. And so just go check it out. And damn it, it's so hard to keep up with this. Sometimes I need like a Jamie in I don't know, Owen streams as much as he does and handles all of it. I find it difficult to keep up with sometimes my train of thought and the chat, and maybe it's just better to sometimes just not even pay attention to the chat. Somebody's talking about Greece. I have a friend in Greece right now who says there's all kinds of fires being started and they're just pumping it. It seems to be the same thing everywhere. It's the world we're living in. This is a full-on attack on humanity. So Owen has a Jamie, that's right, but he's just not there with them. He's online. Yeah, that's right. Can I analyze Serbia? Totally. That'd be fun. Let's look at Russia for a second here. I'm going to just share Google Earth again. You know, all you flat earthers there, don't get triggered by me just showing Google Earth. It's just a tool. I was looking at Russia the other day, a little while ago actually, and it's really neat. It's almost as diverse of a climate as the United States. I didn't realize that until I actually looked at the climate classification on it. But Serbia, the country, where's Serbia? Okay, temperate. So your CFA, beautiful. CFA with bits of CFB. So it's a really nice climate. It's you get lots of precipitation. Your winters are fairly mild, though I'm sure you can have anomalies. You'll notice anytime when you look at the climate classification map and you're surrounded by sort of a minority of different classifications. So in this, we've got a pretty predominant CFA temperate climate here, just like you would experience in North South Carolina, places like that, Pennsylvania, Kentucky. It's green, it's fairly wet, but then you've got bits of CFB, which is a colder temperate climate. A CFB, if you're a Canadian, is Salmon Arm and that whole area. It's a temperate climate. North of Vernon in British Columbia is temperate, but it's a colder temperate. And then we've got bits of DFA and DFC. So all these anomalies come from the fact that there's topography that is relevant to the climate. Most often it's elevation. So here, look at this, and down below, 1,000 meters going down here, 261. So right there is the main difference, is that this is high up in the mountains, and I can't even see the mountains on this view, but I can tell climate classification that these are mountains, most likely. Sometimes there's, little anomalies and stuff like that, but for the most part, that's what it's like. So Serbia is very nice. One part I was really impressed with in Russia is how temperate Russia is. Hold on a second. I'm just going to stop my share for a second, folks. Put this here. And it's pretty neat. Okay, can you guys, sorry, I said this again. So you go into Russia and everybody just assumes Russia is a cold as hell Arctic tundra, which is true up here and here, but Russia's a pretty damn big country. This is only a DFB. I was actually very surprised that because I just never looked at it, because my world has been in North America, and I've been working in the United States and Canada for going on 15 years or so. I just always assumed that Moscow was just super cold, but this is a DFB. This is what a lot of North Americans experience. This is not very different. And then they've got a fairly huge area of DFA, which is warmer. And then they've got this unbelievable area down here of temperate area, which is backed up against these mountains that run through Georgia. And this is beautiful country here. Like, this is unreal country in here. And it's probably why, well, no, I don't want to I'm not going to say that, but Ukraine is a pretty beautiful country too, because it's got all this temperate area that's on the coast. And, there's a lot of nice diversity in here. You've got CFA, CFB, DFB, DFA climates all in one, not that big country. But then you go into Russia and look at this. Yes, the majority of it, but very few people live up here. Is DFC, which is boreal climate with permafrost and very cold, long winters. But look how much of it is actually very hospitable. This is all DFB. This is nice climate. And then you get in, you got some BSK in here. I didn't know that, but I mean, I guess it makes sense if it's bordering Mongolia, places like that, in here. This is pretty neat. And I find this whole area of Russia right here very fascinating just by looking at the climate, because, pull this off, just the amount of climate diversity that exists in this area, and the amount of geographical diversity, huge water. These mountains are a natural protection to Russia, which I'm sure has served them for many generations. But you can see you've got somewhat dry areas that would sort of look like parts of Montana and Idaho. And then the further west you go, you've got this whole temperate area. I mean, yeah, as far as Russia is concerned, this is all gravy in here, being relatively close to the Black Sea. What's that one? The Caspian Sea. I'm not big on my European geography, but I don't know why it doesn't say what the sea that is. But anyways, this is just God's country in here. Just by looking at the map of the Sea of Azov, this is just beautiful. I have a friend who expatriated to Turkey. Well, he was a born Turk, but he immigrated to Canada a long time ago. He just moved back to, not Turkey, Hungary up here. And Hungary is beautiful country too. We'll pull up the climate classification. Really nice mix of geography. Landlocked province, but or country, but CFB, a little bit of DFB, and a little bit of CFA along the southeastern side. So nice climate, nice place. And then, when you get into these coastal regions, this is all kind of CSB, CSA. This is your coastal area. So all these parts in Italy, this is just like the coast of California. So I can just flip over here and look at all this area here. And this is that whole temperate, this is the warmer and drier temperate climates in here. So the difference between a CSA and a CSB, then a CFA, is that these will be a little bit drier in here. Still lots of precipitation, but it's a different type of precipitation. It's a coastal precipitation. You'll also basically have less difference between the seasons, whereas in say Kansas, which is a CFA climate, still very different from summer to winter. But San Francisco, which is, what is San Francisco? It's a CSB, is very little difference between the summer and the winter. Sometimes in San Francisco, the winter is warmer than the summer. And I've spent a lot of time in the Bay Area, and I can tell you, I've gone down to the Bay Area in August and was wearing a jacket. Then I was down there in January wearing a t-shirt and shorts. Mark Twain once said the coldest winter I ever had was the summer in San Francisco. And so it's interesting. Asking, can I look for any sweet spots in New Brunswick, just like on the map right now? Sure. Yeah. Yeah, mild winters in Kelowna, Corey Frisk. Compared to the rest of Canada, yeah, a Californian might tell you differently, but I can tell you, as somebody who's traveled around North America extensively, yeah, it's very different. Yeah, the ocean content. The neat thing about the ocean and the climate is that the ocean is just a big thermal battery, and so the closer you are to the ocean, the more temperate you are, and your climate won't fluctuate in terms of temperature as much as places in the center of a continent. But they will fluctuate in precipitation more radically, where you get just huge rains come in. And you can get huge rains in temperate climates too. There's no question about it. Flash floods, you name it. But the ocean is a great stabilizer because it's a giant thermal mass. Just like how when I was urban farming, I talked about the heat island effect with concrete, because it stabilizes the temperature. So you see less fluctuations less fluctuations. I said born because I read somebody's chat. Less fluctuations in the temperature because of that. It's a thermal mass that stabilizes. Curtis, I can't believe that a person born in Victoria, BC, like yourself, would be telling people to move to Russia. Did I tell people to move to Russia? No, I don't think so. I'm not. I was looking at the climate in Russia and talking about climate. But I guess some lefty is offended that I'm talking about Russia because I guess I don't have the certified bona fide opinion on the Ukraine stance. And so it's a no-no to talk about the climate of Russia to demonstrate a point. And I wasn't born in Victoria, BC, but I was born in Kelowna. Some would say that Russians are gods. Well, the thing that's interesting about Russia is, they still have the patriarchy in how feminists likes to describe it. They've got the patriarchal Orthodox Church and all that. And Russian men are men. I've never met a gamma male Russian in my life, and I've met a few. There seems to be a good crossover of Russians to Canadians. I've met a lot of Russians in my life, and have a number of friends that are Russians. And I've never met a gamma male or metrosexual Russian. Not to say that there aren't some. I'm sure if you went to Moscow, you'd find some. But Russian men are men, and Russian women are women, and I think that's a good thing. So I like Russia in that regard. Please, thank you. We're looking at buying next year when we get posted back to Canada from Italy. Yeah, so what I'm telling Canadians right now is, unless you really need to move, and again, everybody's context is somewhat infinite, and it's really hard to take everybody into consideration when I make statements like this, but I'll make it anyways, if you keep that in mind, is that unless you really, really need to move out of the current place you're in, it's like a almost dire consequence. I would not buy real estate in Canada right now. I would wait, because the Canadian real estate market and the American real estate market are the whole economy is connected to some degree. And so I believe that the trends we're seeing in the US right now, with a lot of price reductions, and I'm just talking homestead properties. I'm not talking about condos and commercial real estate. I'm talking about homestead properties. Is that these price reductions we're going to start seeing in Canada, and there's a couple of reasons I say that. One is the valuation of real estate is still at an all-time high. Canada's prices haven't really corrected that much as they have in some places of the US. And part of that is because we have the CMHC that buys up real estate. So the Canadian Housing Mortgage Corporation buys up real estate that's going to foreclose, and it gets it off the market. It doesn't count as foreclosure. And so we have this kind of socialized market that doesn't really respond to price signals is the same way the US does. So there's a bit of difference with that. But what we're seeing right now in Canadian real estate is it's an all-time high, not the highest, but it's still at the very high mark of value. And now interest rates have come up. So a few years ago, when interest rates were really down, people would still justify paying $1 million for a property that right now should only be worth 500 or 300, say, they would pay $1 million because they got the loan at 1.97. That's my mortgage in Kelowna was 1.97. I started at 1.79. I renewed at 1.97, and then I sold, and I broke the contract and had to pay a little bit of a penalty there, whatever, but no big deal. So when I got in, and actually got into real estate before it went too crazy. My dad at the time was telling me that it's crazy, don't buy in, but the lending rates were low. But now the lending rates have come up, that it's slowed the velocity of sales. So that's the one thing that we can easily observe. And then the other thing is that during the COVID lockdowns, a lot of people in the city moved to the country, and not all of them were what we would call awake. They were just people that didn't want to be in the city, and maybe they were doomsdayers as far as climate change or something like that. They were preppers in some way, but they weren't really, for lack of a better term, call them right-wing preppers. They were more left-wing preppers. And lefties are kind of puss, right? Most lefty guys I know are pussies. And so pussies don't do very well in the country. And so a lot of people who bought these properties, and I saw it, I was part of the COVID panic of buying real estate when everybody wanted to get out of the city. It was crazy competitive, deals going down and collapsing every day. You'd look at a place, and then an hour later it'd be taken off because there was a pending offer, and you have to call the realtor, and oh no, well, there's 3 people in front of you. It was just insane. A lot of those people went back to the city because they didn't have what it takes. They didn't have what it took to do the work, chop the firewood, grow the food, prep the land, put in the water infrastructure, put in the power infrastructure, get ready to own it if there's fires, all that kind of stuff. A lot of these people cucked, and they went back into the city. And so what we're seeing right now, I'm seeing that thing all over the United States, especially in the Democrat states. A lot of left-wing preppers went out and then went back. And so there's a lot of discounts on good real estate because of that. But in Canada, they're going back, and they're listing their properties at a ridiculous price. And those properties are just sitting there, and they're not selling. I have a friend who's selling a homestead property at a ridiculous price. And I told him right out of the gate, you're never going to sell at that price. Lo and behold, it's been on the market for almost 6 months, and he's not going to sell it. He's not going to sell it at the price that he's asking. He's not even going to get close. But he doesn't trust my expert opinion. And that's his right. So whatever, he cannot sell the property. I said, look, buddy, do you want to sell it for less money, or do you not? Do you want to get less money or no money? And he's like, well, of course I want less money. I'm like, well, then lower the price, because I trust me, then you'll sell it. But he hasn't, and so he's not going to sell it. And so right now in Canada, there's a lot listed and a lot sitting there, and a lot sitting on the market for a long time. And I seem to have observed this more in Canadian real estate than the United States real estate. This is just my observation. Take it for what it's worth. Canadian realtors seem a little bit quicker to take things down and relist them. So a trick that realtors do, because nobody wants to have a listing that says it's been on the market for 200 days, and a lot of shit's been on the market for 200 days. So that they just take it down, and they have to do a whole new listing, create a whole new, whatever with realtors have to register something through to get it as a bona fide listing. They got to take it down and redo the whole thing, put a new cover picture on it, maybe reword the description, and put it up. Yeah, Owen, I'm down. Owen says let's do a stream soon. Anytime, buddy. And that's the trick. And so I've observed this more in Canadian real estate. So the thing I'm telling Canadians right now is, if you don't have to move right away, and you're not in a dire pinch, just wait a little bit. Get your assets and equity in order, so that when the fire hose comes, you're ready to make a move fast with cash. Boom. Yes, mortgage rates might be 10, 15%, but the value of the property is down 75%. And now you can come in, whether you want to get a mortgage or not, that's up to you. That's your context. But you can come in and say, I've got 60% down, and I'm only having to have a mortgage on a small amount, right? So I think Canadian real estate's a joke. When I look at what you can buy in Canada based on what you can get in the US, it's an absolute joke. I have a hard time sometimes each week doing these, and you could probably ask anybody in our program. Some of them are in the chat. I get pissed off sometimes, or I just laugh about it because it's so ridiculous how cheap. You can go look at a property like, let's show you another one. Let's do another one. You can look at some stuff down in the Southeast, and you'll absolutely, you have to give your head a shake on how insane some of it is. So I'm going to show you a place that's really nice. It's kind of a mansion type house, but I just want to show you how ridiculous this is compared to Canadian real estate. I'm just going to change my windows around a bit because I'll tell you what this house I'm going to show you here. I just want to find it on Google Earth here in a second so I can really show you. This was from August 11th. So I'm going to share my screen again here. It's absolutely criminal how ridiculous Canadian real estate is. So, okay, so you can see Google Earth here. So this one was from August 11th. So go to my August 11 listings. And this is so this place is still for sale. It's pending, but it's been pending for a long time. We looked at this place a week or two ago, and it was pending then. So if it's pending, it means there's an offer on it, and they're removing conditions. And so why are the conditions still on there 2 weeks? Well, maybe because there was another offer and it's pending again. So that's totally a possibility. But so August 11th, Longtown, Sarah, Missouri, Mississippi, Longtown Road, 323, Longtown. Here we go. This place is insane. When I saw this, I just was absolutely floored. So this is 18 acres, which isn't very big. But sometimes land can be situated in a way that you can get away with less, and it's okay. I prefer really a minimum 20 acres on average, but case in point, here's 18 acres, which is pretty sweet. So we're in Sarah, Mississippi. Okay, so we're right down off this Longtown Road. This property again is still for sale, and 18 acres. It's a rural / peri-urban. Sorry about that drilling there. Putting in some rebar into some rock down there. It's on the cusp of peri-urban and rural. So you can see kind of getting peri-urban areas here with small scale ag holdings. And then you get into more treat areas. You know, this is deep rural. This is somewhat on the cusp. This is peri-urban. And so you're in this kind of area where you've got lots of personal space. You don't have a lot of neighbors. On this property in particular, you've got really good visibility. You've got really good privacy from the road. It's not a busy road anyways. There's tons of trees on it. There's not a lot of people that this road services. Come in, really good access, immediate, boom, wicked field right there. Market gardening, homesteading, you name it. Another field here, wicked pond, really good balance of trees, vegetation, wildlife, and pasture. This property has other infrastructure. There's other buildings on this property. It's beautiful. And let me just show you this house, because this kind of thing makes me weep in terms of the value that you can get in the United States versus Canada. And I'm hoping there's some Canadians in the chat to just tell me how insane this is. Just sharing my screen here. I'm so slow at this shit. My apologies. So this is this place. Look at this house. Look at this thing. It's fucking beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Brick, old style, classic Southern US style. 515 grand. Okay, it's only 3-bed, 2.5 bath, but it's on 18 acres. And the quality of this home is unbelievable. This house in Canada on this same size acreage, if you were in British Columbia, this would be multiple millions. If you were in the lower mainland, this property would be $5, maybe even $6 million. If you were in the southern interior, minimum 1.5 million. If you were in southern Ontario, $1 million, $2 million. This property is absolutely ridiculous, and it's still for sale because it's pending, and it was pending 2 weeks ago when we looked at it. But just look at the quality of this. Yeah, I'd rather have a steel roof, no doubt, but this is in a temperate climate. So it's not like wildfires are really an issue for you here. Look at this driveway. Look how picturesque this is with this well-maintained, really old fence. Look at this huge foyer in the house. Nice soil, green growing, probably Bermuda grass in there, but so what? You can work it out. Unbelievable overhanging wraparound deck. Nice heat pump. Look at that. This is a mansion. I mean, it's only a 3-bedroom house, but it looks like a mansion. It's absolutely stunning. Really nice paved driveway infrastructure for your circulation and access and circulation. Unbelievable, nice little well-maintained garage, steel siding. Incredible pond. Like, give me a fucking break. A pond like this with all these hardwoods around you, it's absolutely ridiculous. Look how nice this is. Look at this place. It's insane. It's a golf course. It's so well maintained. It's so nice. And I'm telling you guys, in Mississippi and Louisiana, we're finding a lot of places like this. Really nice, well-maintained, Southern style, classic homes. They're timeless. Look at that. Hardwood floor, real hardwood. I don't think that's vinyl plank. I'm pretty sure that's hardwood. Nice, and maybe I'd update that cabinetry and that countertop a bit, but look at this place. Steel appliances, open concept kitchen, 500 grand. Are you kidding me? Huge pantry. Nice laundry room. Like, it's unbelievable. The quality of the house is insane. Like, is that your closet? Like, it's ridiculous. It looks like a sauna, but little office studios room. Like, the quality of the house is insane. You couldn't even dream of getting this kind of value in Canada. Like, you couldn't even dream of it. And so again, going to what I was saying is that in Canada, just wait a little bit, because the threshold, and I'm not going to try to predict the market. Like, I'm not qualified to predict the market. I'm just saying that I'm looking at trends and I can see there's signals. I'm seeing some price reductions in Canada, not a lot, not as many in the US. In the US, we're seeing some properties that have really come down. Like, some properties I've looked at went down 50,000 from 1 week to the next. And so there's some people that are getting desperate because they might not be able to afford those. And the conditions for cost of maintenance of property in the US are, that was Mississippi, yes, Catherine, are different than in the conditions for real estate to maintain a property are different in the US than they are in Canada, in that there's just different types of loaning schemes. Your mortgages are different in the US. Your insurance policies are different in the US. There's just different stuff. So it's kind of, it's not apples to apples. It's apples to oranges when you compare them, but you can still look at these trends, and it's interesting. And I'm thinking in Canada, fairly soon, we're going to see a lot of people that are going to come down. And the main reason for that is because the mortgage renewal program that Canada has. So Americans don't get this, but in Canada, you can only get a 5-year term mortgage, meaning you'll get a deal that's structured on 30 years, but every 5 years you have to renew to the new exchange rate. So it's a recipe for a disaster, because a lot of people that bought in when the interest rates started to creep up, bought in at climbing interest rates, but still in the belief that interest rates will never go high again. Though in history, you don't have to go that far back to see really high interest rates. In the 80s, there was really high interest rates, up to 20%, maybe close to 18%, and people lost their shirts. And so in the US, you can have the security of buying a house at a low interest rate. And if you locked into your mortgage at a 30-year term, that interest rate is never going to change. That's massive. That's unbelievably massive. It's part of the reasons why Americans on average have such a higher quality standard of life than Canadians. I read a statistic in the, I think it was in the Globe and Mail not too long ago, that the average Canadian only makes 60% of the average American. That's crazy. And it's complicated, it's nuanced. Things are more expensive here. Real estate is ridiculously more expensive. And so what's going to happen in Canada is that right now there's all these people that are trying to sell, and they're getting desperate because they've got the property listed and they're thinking, okay, well, you know what? We're 3 years out from our renewal. So let's list it now and get ahead of the curve. Problem is, a lot of other people are saying that too. So there's an inventory of stuff on the market. And again, I'm just talking about homestead stuff. I'm not talking about commercial real estate or urban real estate whatsoever. I'm talking homestead real estate. And there's a lot of stuff listed, and people are going, they're looking at the trend of interest rates that are going up, and it's interest rates versus inflation. It's this kind of cat and mouse game. And they're going, well, let's get ahead of the curve. But the problem is everybody else is listing. And so as we get closer to that date where they renew, and they might be renewing at 8%, I think it's 7% in the US right now, which is highest it's been in a long time. And it's getting there in Canada. And when they renew, it might be 10%. And so you got in at a mortgage at 4% on an overvalued home, and your mortgage payment is maybe just throw out an arbitrary number, is about $4,000 a month. A family with maybe a single income dad and definitely a dual income family could afford that with a stretch. It's $4,000 a month. That's a pretty good cost of living just to live, but people can make it work. But then you go, well, shit, in 2 years, our mortgage payment's going to be $6,000, or maybe it's going to be $8,000. So it's a breaking point. And so what we're going to witness is a breaking point, unfortunately, of a lot of people that won't be able to maintain their expensive home in current conditions. And so they're going to have to fire sell. And so, and it's funny, I'm seeing the comments, people like, oh, that's criminal. It is criminal. It's ridiculous. I look at mostly, I've looked at Canadian real estate for 15 years because I've been wanting to stay in Canada. And I, for a long time, wanted to move to wherever was affordable in Canada. I thought about moving to Nova Scotia. I thought about moving to rural Quebec. I thought about moving to Northern Ontario. I never really wanted to live in Alberta, though I like people. I like Albertans. I just don't really like the climate. Though it's okay. There's DFBs and it's okay. But anyways, I've looked at all over Canada. Never really wanted to live in Saskatchewan and Manitoba, but I've looked at all over. And so I've got a good general idea of what's out there and what to expect. But I do spend a lot more time looking at the United States, and it is, it's criminal. It's absolutely insane how much cost of living Canadians pay compared to Americans. It's a joke. And I'm not the average Canadian because I've done okay for myself. But yeah, isn't that insane to think that a Canadian on average makes only 60% of what an American makes on average? That's insane. The world thinks that Canada is this great socialist utopia where we have this super high quality of living and all this stuff. No, man, a lot of Canadians can't even afford groceries right now. So, and I see people saying, what about New Brunswick and Nova Scotia? Frankly, if you're not from those provinces, I wouldn't even consider moving to those provinces. I wouldn't even consider it. It's not worth the value of the land. The reason it's so cheap out there is because nobody wants to live there. I went to Sydney, Nova Scotia with my wife for a wedding years ago. It was before the lockdowns and all that. But we took some time to do a little traveling around Nova Scotia, and we drove around Cape Breton, which is a beautiful drive. We rented a car for a couple of days and just drove around the entire island, and it was a lot of fun and beautiful. But the two things that you see the most of in Cape Breton, Nova Scotia, are cemeteries and pottery shops. Okay, let that sink in for a minute. Cemeteries and pottery shops. There's not much else. Most Canadians leave those places and then they come back in their 60s and they die there. And real estate in Nova Scotia and New Brunswick and places like that is cheap, but the climate sucks. And there's very few people there. There's very few young people there, it's kind of a shock. Even walking around Sydney, which is it's the big city in Nova Scotia. I was shocked on how many few young people I saw. It was kind of depressing because I'm going, man, I would not want to be here with a young family. It'd be hard to find kids to hang out with with your kids. There's just not a lot of young people. So, in my opinion, if you're going to live in Canada, Everywhere everywhere is good. BC, Alberta, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan, though those two aren't my cup of tea. I don't like the prairies. I don't like the winter. I'm not into it, but you might be used to it, and all the power to you. But the places that I would avoid in Canada is the whole eastern seaboard. The whole, I mean, Ontario is not bad. We did a property. I can't show it because it was a specific property for one of our clients, but we did a property in Northern Ontario the other day, very rural area of Northern Ontario. I won't even say where it was, but it's very rural. 600 acres. It was unbelievable. It was actually a really good property at really good value because nobody wants to live there. But Northern Ontario isn't that bad. I would rather live in Northern Ontario than I would New Brunswick or Nova Scotia or any of the maritime provinces. I wouldn't want to live there. Quebec is all right, actually. You know, I'm not talking about politics. I'm just talking about the climate. And you know what? Maybe I'll just pull up the climate classification map. And you know, Quebec is all right. It's got a fairly diverse climate. I like French Canadians. I liked living in Quebec. Especially real, you know, even the separatists, I actually agree with a lot, not on the socialist stuff, but I agree with the separatists on a lot of things. I don't like the whole government infrastructure, the language police and all that, but I agree with the separatists in Quebec much in the same way that I agree with Sharia law and Orthodox Christians, is that they want to preserve their culture, and I can't blame them for it. But you know, Quebec is, well, it's actually not that diverse of a climate when you look at the macro of it, because it's just DFB, DFC, and nobody's living up here. But there's areas of Quebec here that are unbelievably beautiful. And a DFB climate for me isn't, it's what I'm used to. I've got a lot of friends that live in the southern region down here. One of my favorite small towns, little Anglophone town. Where is it? It's just beautiful country down here. This is like peri-urban. This is somewhat rural. If you want rural Quebec, you got to get further away from Montreal. You got to go further north. I've spent a lot of time up towards Mount Tremblant. I've even gone up to what is it, Lac Saint Jean. I've been up here. I tree planted up here for a season. It's beautiful country, and it's very rural. And you know, the thing that I really like about Quebec, as far as Canada is concerned, is there's a real pride in the homestead. And you don't see this actually anywhere in Canada. You actually do see it in some parts of Ontario, Southern Ontario, some really old Anglo places. You see real pride in the homestead. But I found it really anomalous when I lived in Quebec, because I lived there for 8 years, something like that, and Montreal. But I'd go out in the country and travel around, and I did some tree planting up there, whatever. And then later coming back, spending my farming career in some of these places, is that you see this real pride in the homestead that you don't see in British Columbia. Like in BC, you see a lot of trailer trash stuff. And I'm not slamming on BCers because I'm one, but I'm just telling you what I observed. You see a lot of small towns you go through in BC, just garbage everywhere, shitty cars, just crap all over the place. In Quebec, you go along the St. Lawrence, you'll see some of the most beautiful homesteads you've ever seen in your life. And it's actually awe-inspiring. When I first went up towards Lac Saint Jean, and the homesteads are unbelievable, especially in the fall with all the colors. The neat thing about Quebec too is it's a DFB climate with a lot more hardwood, which is just a general characteristic on the East Coast, Eastern Seaboard, than it is on the Western Seaboard. There's more hardwood out there. So you see all these beautiful hardwood trees. The colors in the fall in Quebec are stunning. Similar if you've lived in New York or Vermont, you know, it's a similar thing. But I like Quebec personally. And if you speak French, Quebec isn't necessarily a bad thing. Yeah, it's leftist, just like British Columbia is. But if it is, you're in the country, you'll find that people are real salt of the earth, real traditional families and stuff like that. So, I mean, if you can get past the politics, And in Canada, you can't really live in a place you want to live if you're hung up on politics, because if I was hung up on politics in Canada, I wouldn't want to live in BC. But the reality is in Canada is that there's so few people in such a large geographical area that in the countryside, you're so removed from liberal politics that where I live in southern BC country, super rural. I'm rural. I'm not even close to peri-urban. I'm rural. I'm as rural as you can get for the area. People are salt of the earth, super conservative, super traditional, super work with your hands, own it, take responsibility, the kind of people that I like to spend my time with. That's the kind of people out here. And so it's generally the same all over Canada. So the politics of a place only really matter the closer to the urban center you get. And the populations always get denser the more urban you get, right? That's where we have these differences between rural, peri-urban, suburban, urban, and there's other categories in and amongst those as well. But it's yeah. But I mean, yeah, if you're gonna live in Quebec, you got to speak French. I lived as a Montrealer for a number of years, not speaking French in it. Even in Montreal, it was a drag sometimes. For the most part, it was fine because there's so many Anglophones in Montreal, especially Americans that go to school there, go to McGill and Concordia. But you get into rural Quebec, holy, it's tough. If you don't speak French, forget about it. You better be bilingual or speak French fluently to enjoy living in Quebec. So anyways, that's what I would say. I would, for the most part, avoid, let's just pull up a map of Canada again here. Give the Canadians their due. So again, politics aside, just considering climate, geography, and other things that precipitation, what are the winters like, what are the summers like, I wouldn't really live anywhere here. I mean, so let's just look at let's give the eastern seaboard its due and just do some analysis based on just what we can observe from the climate. So Newfoundland, Labrador, forget about it. It's a DFC. It sucks. It's too cold. It's just too cold. And those maritime winters are depressing because this is where you get so much snow that you can't even open the front door. It's just too much. It's just too radical. And DFC is a cold boreal climate. It's on the cusp of being polar. So I don't think DFC is nice. I mean, but whereas look at Quebec. Quebec's a huge province. A good chunk of it's DFB. That's fairly nice climate. It's just like New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, North Dakota. It's, that's the same climate. But then coming over to New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and all that, yeah, okay, it's DFB. But the challenge again with these maritime climates is, well, first of all, the population is extraordinarily sparse. Most people leave to live and they come back to die in these provinces. That's just the reality of it. And if you've traveled around these properties, as I have, PEI, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and where's Cape Breton? We drove all around Cape Breton. People that you meet, whether they're an entrepreneur or whatever, generally the ages are older, and you'll meet entrepreneurs that went to go build their career in Toronto and they came back to start a retired business, some sort like that. So it's not that inspiring if you're a family. If you want to go there to retire and all that, well, then it's a totally different context. And so that's your context and whatnot. The other thing out here is the economy struggles because all the young able-bodied men leave to go to Alberta pretty much to work. There's just not a lot of labor. There's not a lot of help with things. You want to build a house, finding tradespeople is going to be difficult because the trades are all out west, because that's where all the economy is, or in Southern Ontario, or so on and so forth. And still, even in this climate out here, as a DFB, it still is Atlantic. I mean, you know what I'm talking about. If you're in the US and you've lived in Maine, the climate in Maine is the same as New Brunswick. And the snow is absolutely insane. And so you might be okay with that. You just have to be prepared for it. And so you have to understand what the context is. But I would suggest Canadians just avoid the entire eastern seaboard. Quebec and Ontario, you can find good homesteads. We haven't looked at any Quebec properties recently, but we did a couple in the Finding the Perfect Homestead property course in the main course. You can just learn all the stuff. I did one a couple in Quebec that were stunning, that were absolutely beautiful. Some big quarter sections, good value. So there are still some good deals out there if you get really rural and you don't mind upgrading things or putting in some infrastructure, whatnot. There are still some decent deals in Quebec and some in Northern Ontario. British Columbia and Alberta, forget about it. Forget about it. But those are BC, I'm biased because I'm from BC, but I have been to most of the provinces in Ontario or in Canada, and I still like BC the best. I like the diversity of geography. I like the diversity of climate. I like like the mountains and the rivers and the views. And I mean, have you seen my view? It's breathtaking. Every morning I wake up to that. In flat places, you don't get that kind of view. You can get some good views. You can get to some high points in Alberta and get a nice view, but they're harder to find. Whereas in British Columbia, you can find, so just not talking about price in British Columbia, is some of the nicest homestead properties in the world. It's just the prices are just absolutely ludicrous right now. And that's going to change. Blance Giver says, what advantage in Montreal South Shore or Eastern Township is the proximity to the US states and Vermont, New York? Absolutely. And if you're going to live anywhere rurally or somewhat rurally in Quebec and you're an Anglophone, that's the place to do it. Because there's such a high turnover of Americans and Old English Quebecers in there. It's a little bit, it's nicer, you know, again, and Hemmingford. Actually, I'm going to show you here. My favorite town is not Hemmingford. There's another little town. I can't remember the name of it. It's my favorite place in Quebec. It's where the hell is it? Why can't I find my favorite town in Quebec? Little Anglophone town on the south border, fairly close to Hemmingford, because I was there when Jean-Martin Fortier was doing, when I did a workshop with him. It's annoying. I can't find it. Sometimes Google Earth doesn't pop up. The towns don't show. But anyways, whatever. I digress. There's some really nice places in Quebec along the Vermont and New York state border. And the proximity to the US, you might say, yeah, it's a good thing because it's options, right? I mean, Roxham Road in Quebec, I got kicked out of a hotel because I had a hotel in Hemmingford, which is close to Roxham Road. I don't know if you've heard about this, but it's been an open floodgates for just any immigrant that wants to just cross the border. You can walk right across, they'll give you a hotel and everything. So, you know, maybe there's value in that, in that you have some sort of political optionality. And for the most part, in Canada, you could just walk across the border. There's no fence. There's nothing. It's just country. Sometimes there's a strip that it's been logged, and then they have those little obelisk points that they have every 100 kilometers or something or whatever. But yeah, you could just, you know, as Canadians, in a way, we have this sort of de facto American optionality in that if the shit were to hit the fan in Canada, you could just walk across the border. And if they can't stop the flood of migrants coming across the Mexican border into the US, how are they going to stop the Canadian one? Mind you, Canadians aren't as desperate and can't be exploited in the same way that you know, unregistered Mexican refugees or migrants can. So there's a difference in economic incentives when it comes to sort of the neoconservative or neoliberal agenda. But I digress. Quebec isn't a giant swamp. It has a lot of lakes. It's not a giant swamp. There's parts of it that are swampy for sure, and there's parts of it that are buggy for sure. But go to Manitoba. Manitoba, as far as bugs, is the worst I've ever seen in my life in Canada. I did pretty bad in northern Alberta too, but yeah. Curtis makes his money by telling you he knows where to buy based on geography and climate, yet he's not taking climate change into account. Yeah, didn't you listen to the first 3 hours of all this? Of course, I'm taking climate change into account. Climate change is geoengineering, and that's on the record. And so there's only so much you can do about that. I take climate into account as we can experience it. But even the best climate scientists have all been wrong with their predictions. I mean, you tell me a climate prediction from 20 years ago that was right. So to plan based on so-called climate change is a bit of a misnomer if you're looking at it in the political lens. If you're looking at it in the sense that, yes, some climates change, and I'll give you a case in point. Well, climates have always changed, and they always will change, and they're forever changing. Can you prove that with 0.04 of carbon in the atmosphere that that's what's changing it? No, you can't, and nobody has yet to prove it. That's why the climate change narrative has had a really hard time getting a grip on things. But I can even show you some stuff right now where there is climate change, because I know that climates change and they will always change. But so going on this Copenhagen, this map is not totally updated. So I'm just going to share my screen again here. This map is, when did they update this one? Maybe 2006 or 2017. I don't know, whatever it is. But you can go in here and you can easily observe that climate's changed. And one thing I can show you in my own life experience where I've experienced climate change is right in my hometown of Kelowna. And so you have to wonder, when you look at this, you look at Kelowna and you can see, okay, this is a BSK climate. It's a semi-arid, high elevation desert. It's not that high elevation because Kelowna is only about 500 meters, but it's higher elevation than Death Valley, right? So it's a semi-arid desert. There's sagebrush, there's scrub, there's some forms of cacti, and you have that. You go down this valley. Was Kelowna always a BSK climate? No. Deforestation can change the actual climate that you're in, and you can actually observe that in the Okanagan Valley. You can observe that where there's been a large swath of trees that were cut down. You can very easily convert a DFB climate into a BSK, because a DFB climate is similar to a BSK. The summers are the same. The summers are hot and dry. The winters are different. So if you cut down all your trees in a large area, you can easily change the climate in that area, because you can actually change the hydraulic cycle of that area. So climate change exists. I never said that climate change doesn't exist. Climates change. They always will. Human beings can change the climate. The thing that I debate on whether they can change it or not is in regards to carbon. If carbon is only 0.04 of the atmosphere, the burden of proof is on you to show me. And you're going to say, oh, this article, yeah, okay, yeah, bring them on, throw them on. There's so much speculation and modeling and just cold-faced lying with climatology that they just make shit up. And you to prove that if carbon is 0.04 of the atmosphere and you double the amount of carbon output, and now we have, say, 0.02 carbon in the atmosphere, the burden of proof is on you to show me how that changed the climate. Whereas if I tell you that if you want to really observe climate change, cut down the trees in a 3,000 hectare area, you'll see the climate change. You'll actually see the hydraulic cycle change because you can observe it. Whereas all this stuff about invisible enemies that you can never see, you can't observe. All you can do is have really fancy scientists throw all this pseudoscience at you, where they've put speculative information, garbage in, garbage out, into a model. and they say, oh, look, this is where Al Gore says in 2003 that by 2013, the Arctic sea ice will be melted and not exist in the summer. It's bullshit. And Al Gore is just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, go back all the way to when environmentalism really got its start with Rachel Carson and Silent Spring, and just look at the litany of predictions they've made and how they've all been wrong. So climate change is a very nuanced subject. Can the government change the climate if they cut down trees? Yes. If they geoengineer? Yes. Is driving your SUV to work changing the climate? When you live in Madison, Wisconsin, is it changing the climate for somebody in the Maldives? The burden of proof is on you. That's a very complicated thing to prove. And none of the climate scientists have proven that. They'll throw all kinds of stuff at you. And it all, so much of it just comes down to speculation, and they've all been wrong. That's the thing. That was my biggest red pill with the climate change thing, was that where are all these predictions? I've been hearing these since I was 12 years old when I started paying attention to them, and none of them came true. Starting with population, none of that came true. Sure, you can live in Mumbai, India, and it's overpopulated and it's very difficult to live. But then you come out to rural British Columbia, and the average individual has miles of personal space. And so it's all nuanced, it's all different, it's all it's all the context. And so Ardelis, you still have not shown any proof of my position. Okay, which part? So admit it, you have no proof for what? That the climate's not changing? The burden of proof's on you, dude. The burden of proof is on the scientists who claim it is changing as a result of carbon dioxide. I can't that it's not, because you can't prove that it is. No way to prove that carbon changes the environment. There's no way to prove it, and it hasn't been proven, and nobody has ever done it. That's why the whole narrative has not stuck, why nobody cares. And that's why, so you're asking me to prove something. Well, I'm asking you to prove it. You prove it. You're making the claim. I'm not making a claim that carbon changes the environment. I did make a claim that cutting down trees in a massive area can change the climate, because it's easily observable and it's very easy to prove. And it doesn't take any special model or science to observe. You can simply watch, because I worked in forestation for many years. You can watch how, if you deforest a massive amount of area, you screw up the hydraulic cycle, you screw up the watersheds, you will change the climate in that area. So climates change. Human beings can change the climate. Is carbon output going to change the climate? The burden of proof is on you. And is the government going to do anything about it that's beneficial to humanity? I would say the track record of government programs speaks for itself. Ending poverty, ending war, fair economy for all, ending gun violence, whatever pick the issue, has that government program worked? Not even close. So if the government can't solve poverty, how is the government going to create an international program to stop carbon emissions that's going to have a damn effect? It can't, and it won't. So I don't know. You're saying that I feel like I've been pretty generous here with allowing a contrary opinion to mine to come forward, and I'll highlight it, and I'll even read your comment. But why do you care about facts then if you have none of your own? Okay, so 0.04 of carbon in the atmosphere is not a fact. Are you going to tell me otherwise? Because that's a fact. And unless you can prove to me otherwise, everybody knows that the amount of carbon in the atmosphere is Google it. Google will even tell you that. I don't need to stand here and defend and have a scientific paper and degree to defend that position. So I defended that one. What else? Challenge me. Come on, bring it on. I was a lefty for a long time. I was on your side of the argument for many years. And I debated people on this stuff. Why are you talking about poverty? Share your proof. what I'm watching the chat. So just, and I'll give you the grace period because of the lag. So what proof are you asking for? What do you want me to prove to you? Go on, Ardelis, tell me, what do you want me to prove to you? I'm waiting. Eco Homestead Centric says carbon emissions and burning fossil fuels are two different things. Yeah, I just don't. It's. Yes, you need to defend it. You are completely missing the connection between CO2 levels and long-term. Okay, then tell me, what are the connections? How do you prove that CO2 makes the world warmer? How do you prove that? Because as I said in my previous video, if you look at a localized experiment and you pump CO2 into a greenhouse, it doesn't make it warmer. You could actually make the case, and you can observe this, is that it would actually make it colder. And this is why. Because CO2 makes plants grow. That's a fact. I don't think I need to defend that one too much. Everybody knows that plants breathe CO2. And when plants have an excess of CO2, they create more foliage, which creates more transpiration in the atmosphere and in the greenhouse. And you can say that foliage also creates shade for the understory, thereby potentially cooling that greenhouse. That's why I grow grapes in my passive solar greenhouse, to create foliage on the south side of the greenhouse. So in the summer, I have more shade in my greenhouse, thereby reducing the temperature in the greenhouse. So it's pretty easy to show that carbon, if plants breathe carbon, that they will grow better, create more foliage. More foliage on the ground creates more perspiration in the atmosphere. And just it doesn't take a rocket science to learn about the hydraulic cycle and how the hydraulic cycle works. It's why there's no rain in deserts and why there's lots of rain in CFA climates like Pennsylvania, Kentucky, Mississippi, so on and so forth. The more foliage you have, the more green you have, the more temperate your climate. That's why Egypt is a desert. You know, in the Bible, it was the fertile valley. Now it's a desert. They cut down all the trees. Same in Europe. So human beings can change the climate, but the burden of proof is to show me how carbon changes the climate, because you haven't done that. And so the burden of proof is on you, not me, my friend. I'm not the one claiming that carbon changes the atmosphere. You are. I'm saying that it's not observable, and it is very difficult to prove. Now, you might be right. You might have a silver bullet, but I haven't seen it. And I'm waiting for your response to you to prove to me that carbon changes the temperature of the atmosphere. Because if I were to follow my observational eye, and I spend a lot of time outside, and you can observe most things. You can observe things. And that's what I would encourage others listening into this conversation who still might be on the fence about climate change, is to what can you observe and what can you not observe? And like I said, you can observe how clear cutting a forest can literally change a climate. It's why Kelowna is more of an arid desert than it is just 50 meters outside of the valley. It's because it was deforested. And that's what happens. Deserts, the way to make deserts is to cut down trees. And you can regenerate a desert too. Jeff Lawton is a great example of this. The whole project of greening the desert. Jeff Lawton has done this on a fairly small scale. And a friend of mine, Neil Spackman, has actually done this on a very large scale in the Middle East, who was hired by a Saudi prince to do broad-acre, large-scale permaculture regeneration. And so we can regenerate back. And so I agree that climate's changing. I agree that that humans can change the climate, but I don't agree that carbon changes the climate, and I don't agree that government is going to do anything good about it. This is funny. Here's a funny comment. Ardella says, the problem is you are using faulty eyeballs, not science. I could just take the same comment and throw it right at you. That's what you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing. I'm giving you things that everybody can agree with because you can observe these things. You're talking about pseudoscience that you need to have a degree to understand, where I'm taking examples and showing them and bringing them down to such a layman observation that anybody with eyes to see can easily observe it. but you're talking about an invisible thing that only a PhD can understand. And that's where I challenge the pseudoscientists, that they're full of shit. It's this, there's so many things like this out there. It's an invisible enemy, right? So yeah. So science, not science. No, you're more on the scientism side. You're on the trust the experts thing. I'm more on the science, observable science, that you present a hypothesis and you use experiments to disprove the hypothesis to show that you're not biased. Your whole side of the thing, the whole left-wing side of the climate argument, is trust the experts, listen to Greta, don't drive a car, live like a peasant, eat the bugs, and shut the fuck up. I'm saying that you can observe all of these things, and the things that you can't observe, you should be more suspicious of. So maybe somebody at some point will prove that carbon emissions cause climate change. Maybe somebody will do that. It hasn't happened. It's why nobody buys the climate narrative. I would bet you that the vast majority of people in this chat don't buy into it, because look, go on the mainstream articles. Everybody calls it out. It's because it's flawed science. It's not observable science. So if you're going to make a claim, the burden of proof is on he who makes the claim. If you're going to say that carbon changes the composition, well, of course, carbon changes the composition of the atmosphere, but whether 0.04, which is the amount of carbon in the atmosphere, if you go to 0.02, a 100% fold increase, which I don't think we've done, is that enough to change the climate? The burden of proof is on you, and it's a very difficult thing to prove, right? Because I gave you an example of something that's very easy to prove. That if you deforest an area and you want to sorry, folks. Yeah, Laughing Cedar is a good one. He's probably due for another booster. Yeah, I think his head is a little bit spun or whack, and it might be time to get that other booster. Just an FYI. But yeah, it's funny. So case in point here, guys, in the stream, you can see that the last two people that really tried to challenge me on all this climate change stuff haven't really shown up with anything. And they say that I'm fudging facts, and then I say which ones, and then they say nothing. And then I ask for proof, and they can't even give me something like I'm describing. I'm going out and describing this, and how you can easily observe climate change in regards to deforestation or even large scale agriculture. You could say that too. And he's just coming in with name calling, and this is what they do. And so this is why it's important to have these conversations. It's important to talk to people like Ardelis and the other dude we had earlier that just can't handle an opinion outside of what they've been told is correct. Because when you put their feet to the fire, they actually have nothing. They just try to go at strawmans, ad hominems, whatever it is. They've got nothing. So I'm waiting for his silver bullet, because I've been pretty, I can explain science in things that you can observe. You're not explaining science that things can be observed. Carbon's invisible. And so it's very difficult to observe. And any scientist will tell you that. It's difficult to prove, even though they might have it. Ardella says it's important to try to argue without facts. Exactly. I agree. That's you. Everything you accuse me of, that's you. Your whole argument is a logical fallacy. Ardelis, your whole argument is a logical fallacy. And you actually haven't even presented an argument. So you have nothing. I've presented some pretty good arguments that are easily observable and provable by the human eye. You've presented nothing. So You don't even have a logical fallacy. You don't have logic or a fallacy because you haven't even presented an argument. All you're doing is saying, I don't know what I'm talking about. And that's not an argument, my friend. You can't win in the free market of opinions and ideas with just calling names. That doesn't work. You're going to get called out. If I gave you facts, you would just turn around and say, I can't say, so it's true. Well, why don't you just try? You haven't even tried. So you're sitting there calling names and accusing me of things, but you haven't even tried. And I've tried with you. I've spent a good amount of 10 minutes or whatever on you, giving you the airtime, and you have no argument. So tell me, how can you observe, or tell me how carbon makes the planet warmer when I can show you that you pump in carbon into a greenhouse, it actually just makes plants grow faster. It doesn't make it warmer. So how, if the greenhouse effect doesn't work on a small scale, well, why is it called a greenhouse effect? Because if it doesn't work in a greenhouse, why would it work on the planet? It's a complete contradiction. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that's a fact, brother. That's a fact. And it's easily provable. You show me some facts. I've done my diligence for you. Hey, Ardelis, tell me how carbon makes the planet warmer. And don't just say it's called the greenhouse effect, because the greenhouse effect is not provable at all. It's not provable in an observable way whatsoever. Because like I said, you can pump carbon into a greenhouse. And I've seen this dozens of times. Anybody who's here, who's a farmer, who's done that, knows that it just makes plants grow faster. It doesn't make the greenhouse get warmer. So you tell me how carbon makes the planet warmer. Tell me. I got to take a whiz. I'll be back. And then we'll probably wrap this stream up soon. All right, did Ardelis lay down some gravy for us here? I'm going to go back in the chain. Did he? Okay, the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, the raspberry line, has increased along with human emissions, the blue line, since the start of the Industrial Revolution in 1750. So that's a correlation versus causation logical fallacy. So if you're claiming that there's a direct correlation, the burden of proof doesn't really add up for you, because the Roman warming period was a lot warmer pre-industrialization, as we understand in history as we know it. And where was the carbon emissions in the Roman warming period? And that's, again, going back to the hockey stick graph, which was disproven by Tim Ball on the record. You can look that up. That's not proof. That's correlation, not causation. So you've presented a case for correlation. I'll give you that. That's a correlation there for sure. But how do you prove causation? So Ardelis, prove causation. Because you can't. It's invisible. And that's why climate change is such a scam, is because it's an invisible enemy and a war you can never win. And you can make up all kinds of pseudoscience and you can tell people, don't trust your lying eyes, trust us. They've been telling us for the last 20 years that the planet is consistently getting warmer, but most people don't observe that. A lot of people observe that things are getting colder. I've observed over the last 6 years in British Columbia that our winters are getting colder and longer. And I can't speak for everybody in every part of the world. Some people might be experiencing warmer climates. But again, you gave an example of causation or correlation, not causation. So that's kind of like level 1 science stuff, buddy. I'm assuming you're more educated and smarter than me. So I'm assuming that you understand the classic argument that correlation is not causation. Correlation is not evidence of causation. That's like level 1 science, buddy. I didn't even take science in university and I know that. So for example, volcanoes, even meteor strikes have caused massive climate shifts. Well, I wonder why. So I can tell you right now, it's smoky outside and it's cold. Why would that be? Why would it be colder if there's smoke in the atmosphere? Maybe because less sun comes through the smoke. Bingo, easily observable, easily provable. So of course, yeah, volcanoes, and of course they change the climate. You put just like when we had that massive one in Iceland, when they shut down all those planes a number of years ago, it actually measurably made the planet colder. So again, you're not really coming up a lot of gravy, buddy, here. And I'm giving you the floor, man. Like I'm giving the devil his due here, dude. The change in the jet stream account for colder winters. Google it. I'm not debating that. That absolutely the change in the jet stream makes colder winters. Of course. Have you ever heard of HAARP? HAARP, HAARP, bona fide government program on the record where they pump massive amounts of plasma or energy into the atmosphere and they can redirect the jet stream on the record. Go look it up. It's all there. Yes, human beings can change the jet stream and they're actively doing it. So again, you still have not given me a shred of evidence that proves that carbon changes the atmosphere. Zero, buddy. And I'm giving you the floor. And I would love to be wrong on this because I've been 20 years believing your position. And it took me a lot of hard years of cognitive dissonance to figure out that I was wrong. And it took some balls to admit it. And maybe you will have that opportunity at some point. But in the meantime, I'm still waiting for you to prove to me that anything that we can observe that carbon changes the atmosphere to make it warmer, because there's no proof. Correlation is not causation. Just because you might see a graph where human industrial activity is increased, and then you can say, oh, carbon has increased too. Yeah, carbon has increased. But how do you prove that makes the world warmer? You can't. You can't, because the Roman warming period, the dinosaurs, if you believe in them, there was many times in Earth's history where it was warmer than it is now. And it's even your mainstream climate scientists will tell you that, though a lot of them don't like to address the hockey stick graph because that was a big about face for a lot of those guys. And yeah. You know, I appreciate this. Somebody's like, bring them on the stream. Do I really care? I mean, if you want a better debate on climate change, I'm not the best guy. I'm just a working class guy, right? But I can observe things and I can witness things and I can see things. And I'm not just going to take what some idiot like Neil deGrasse Tyson says at face value because he's sitting here telling you that there's an invisible enemy. And the only way you can observe it is through my information filter, my gatekeeping filter. Whereas I can just bring the science down to things that people can easily observe for themselves and make a point. And this information seems to further your own pocketbook. Well, this doesn't, but people taking my course does. And I don't have a moral problem with that. You might be a communist. And so in your world, making money is a bad thing, but in my world, making money is a good thing. And if I'm making money from sharing value with people, then it's a win-win. Whereas in your world of communism, it's a win-lose. You have to steal money from people that didn't want to volunteer to give to other people. And so that's a win-lose. So in my world, it's a win-win. In your communist world, it's a win-lose. So yes, I make money at content. I don't make money from these live streams, though. I'll tell you that. I do this because I just like talking and I like to chat with people. I don't put a lot of videos out anymore, and it's a good one. And it's fun. So. And global warming is better than global cooling. I actually really hope that I would actually pray and hope that carbon makes the world warmer, because if carbon makes the world warmer, we know that carbon is what plants breathe. Everybody knows that from grade 8 science. If carbon makes the world warmer, I say bring it on. And actually, James Lovelock, who was a staunch New World Order leftist environmentalist, even admitted in some of his later writings before he died that maybe we just have to unlock all this carbon, because he kind of gave up. He was fighting this whole thing was, we need to shut down carbon. We need to deindustrialize, get everybody on synthetic food, get everybody off the land and go to some form of technocratic industrialization. And he, I don't know if he was actually a good guy. I couldn't speak to that. I think he probably was, maybe he had good intentions at one point. Anyways, environmentalists pushed up against him because he was pro-nuclear for a long time. But he said in some of his later writings, you can go and look these up, James Lovelock, he's sort of he was a bit of a butt boy to the globalists, kind of like Yuval Harari is. He had a lot of ideas for them and stuff. He even said in his later stuff, he said, well, you know what? Maybe we just have to let this whole global warming thing run its cycle. And maybe we have to unlock all this carbon. And maybe that will actually do something. And maybe it does. If carbon actually the Gaia theory, thank you. And The Revenge of Gaia was one of his seminal books. But if carbon does make the planet warmer, then I think that's great. I think that's a good thing. We should use that, because a warmer planet will actually be good for a lot of people. And so I don't have a problem morally with that. And then he says, it's the accumulation of CO2 since the 1920s in the atmosphere that is unprecedented. It's not, because there was many times in history where their carbon levels were higher, and the ice core samples show that. So you've shown a correlation between human industrial growth in the West and history as we know it, that there is a more carbon in the atmosphere. But you have not shown me how that's made the planet any warmer, because it's even hard to, because so the whole thing with the planet getting warmer as well is, well, where's the sea rise? I didn't say this in the other video. I should have said that. Where's the sea rise? Obama, who's one of the biggest climate change advocates in the world, just bought a house in Martha's Vineyard that's about a few feet above sea level. You'd think a guy who knew the planet was warming and that the oceans would rise wouldn't want to put himself in harm's way that much, but he's living in the lap of luxury, eating steaks. Hey, thanks, Corey, for the super chat. And flying private, and big exclusive parties, and emits probably 1,000 times more carbon than the average peasant, myself included in this chat. And so if the planet's warmed, how come there hasn't been sea level rise? How come the Statue of Liberty the water level is the same that it's been back hundreds of years? That's easily provable from old photography. So there's no correlation that you can show between it. And it's funny. It's funny watching people squirm, because I'm not a university educated guy. I'm a working class guy. But anybody who has eyes to see and who can and understand basic logic can disprove these fallacies that are out in the public. And it's fun to do because a lot of these people, these elitists, they think they're so much smarter than you. And a lot of them are class warriors because I hear it all the time. I see people in my comments, oh, stay in your lane, farmer boy. How dare you have an opinion outside of farming? You know, it's classism. And it's really funny because the most educated academic people in the world all took the shot, all cucked, and all believe everything the so-called experts say. But when you challenge them and put their feet to the fire through basic logic, they can't even show up. It's hilarious. And so, Ardelis, obviously you're not university educated. I'm not, dude. I'm a working class guy, and I'm proud of that. I actually studied music composition in college. I'm not university educated. And are you? Because if you're university educated and you're trying to make a claim that I'm stupid because I'm not university educated, and you just made the best case to not go to university. So thank you very much for making that case, because your arguments are horrible. You don't have any. You have no argument. And Ardelis keeps saying, show the proof. And I keep showing the proof. And I keep showing things that are easily observable with the human eye that everybody can understand. And he doesn't see that as proof because, okay, Ardelis is a girl. Okay, great. Do I just identify as a girl, or are you a girl? What are your pronouns? Do you want to let us know your pronouns? But anyways, you have no argument. You wasted money on your university degree, and now you're working at Starbucks. And here I am as a working class guy, living in a nice house and pursuing my dream. What are you doing? So I hope that university degree was worth it for you. Sounds like it wasn't. And here we go again. I love this. I find it funny. I'm sorry, folks. Some people are probably getting annoyed by this. But it sounds like some people are into it. But then she says, where is it here? Okay, I'm a girl. And I'm tired of seeing people like you make money off misinformation. So are you saying that I'm making money on this video about climate change that's not monetized? The burden of proof is on you. I don't monetize any of my truther videos. You can just go into if you want to see what videos of mine are monetized, just go on to what's it called, Social Blade, and put my channel in there. You can see what videos. I don't make money on calling climate change BS. I actually go out of my way to make sure it's demonetized so that my channel doesn't get a strike, because it would, because the Google overlords don't like things that go against the narrative. And so Ardelis, who is university educated, really, really smart, and a girl for one, though we're not sure what her pronouns exactly are, probably she, maybe she, they, has demonstrated that correlation is not causation. University degree is a waste of time. And she can't present a valid argument with anything that's observable to the human eye. And actually hasn't even made an argument to say, oh, at least go check this or check that. There's nothing. I'm saying that your misinformation appeals to the homesteader types, your customers, and you figured it out to make money. Good for you. Thank you. I've identified a niche market and a group of people that I can serve and offer value to, and they're willing to pay for that value. Thank you for pointing out the painfully obvious that people like myself who value the free market strive to do. So thank you. Yes, you are absolutely 100%. Homesteaders are my kind of people. I love them to death. People on the land, and those are my people, and those are the people that I serve. So thank you for pointing out that I've made money on people that are willing to pay for it. Whoa, you got me! Holy, I'm a criminal here, right? Like this, the lefties can't get this, because in the lefty world, everything's a zero-sum game, and so it's all about power. It's all about getting power. And so when everything's a zero-sum game, it means you have to take from somebody else to give to somebody else. So the poor in the lefty world, the poor can't get themselves out of poverty. They need the government to take tax dollars from productive people and give it to poor people. That's the only way out of poverty. Whereas in the free market world, which I am in, is that somebody poor can go out and create value. We were not wealthy growing up, middle class, lower middle class. And I found a way to create value. And thus I'm not poor. And thus I have changed the cycle in my family, which was, the riches to rags, and now it's rags to riches. Not that we're that rich, but we've done okay for ourselves. And so that's win-win, because I created value for people that were willing to pay for it voluntarily. And I made money at that, and I've had success with that. So that's the difference between my world and yours, is that ours is win-win and yours is win-lose. Okay, so Ardelis, she's learned something here. So what have we learned here? One, you have no proof of your argument. Actually, I gave proof, multiple examples that was easily observable by the human eye. Two, you are making money from disseminating information. Actually, two, I just showed you and demonstrated and showed you how you could verify and back this up if you want, that the money I have made has come from voluntary transactions of me offering value. So whether that was me working as a consultant on farms, or later creating my first online course that showed people how to make money farming, yes, those things are valuable. I actually demonstrated to you, and you could easily prove this and verify this yourself, that any videos that I do like this, I intentionally demonetize. I don't make money from them. So you're wrong there. And then three, when presented with facts, you can't recognize them. You have presented no facts, zero. You have presented at best a correlation over causation argument, which is flawed. And any scientist can easily tell you that correlation is not causation. And anybody who wants to go back and look at the ice core samples can easily observe that there was warmer times on Earth before human industrialization as we know it. And so thank you. This is great. I love this. I hope people are getting value out of this, because it's showing how these arguments just don't stand up to basic logic. And you can have somebody like Ardelis, who spent a lot of money and probably took on a lot of debt to get a university degree that's effectively worthless, because you can't even debate a working class farmer and win. And so what does that show? Observation from human eyeballs is anecdotal evidence and is not considered to be evidence. Actually, in a court of law, two testimonies establish a fact. This is how we establish information, whether it's true or not. Anecdotal information is actually the only information that's actually relevant, because you can publish all kinds of studies and lie with statistics, as there's a book called How to Lie with Statistics. And you can fudge the numbers as the IPC does, as evidenced in the ClimateGate emails. And you can present a case with a paper, but that paper can't even pass the litmus test of observational experience. So anecdotal information is actually the only information that's actually valuable. Yes, statistical information is good, because you need to look at a broad section of things and then bring that all together. But anecdotal information is the most important, because if somebody's coming to you and says, well, I was raped, and I know who the guy is, and I can testify. And then I'll come back and say, well, besides from your testimony, we're looking at a bunch of facts, and we don't see evidence that you were raped. But then another person comes forward and says, yes, I can verify that that person was raped. I witnessed it. I saw it happen. That establishes a fact. That's how facts work. That's how basic logic and understanding works. Testimonies establish facts. In a court of law, that's how it works. And the court of science is really no different, because you'll have one scientist that does an experiment here and another scientist does an experiment there, and then they come together and they throw things on the table. And so that's how it works. But you don't even seem to understand that, which is so funny for somebody who's so educated and so smart and probably has all the right opinions and spent a lot of money on that degree. You can't even debate a working class farmer who I'm probably not as smart as you. You're probably way smarter than me. Anecdotal information is rarely considered to be accurate in the scientific community. we're not talking about personal disputes in court. Well, that's exactly why and I don't want to go down and this is just going to trigger her to above and beyond. But that's why exactly your point is absolutely correct. And it's why there's so much bullshit in science. So have you guys heard the one about Mercury and Venus? I got to draw this out for you because this actually blew my mind. I'm not going to go down the flat earth rabbit hole because I don't really care what the earth is, but I want to show you something. And I want to illustrate a point on how what Ardelis just said here is really true. And it actually is perfect evidence as to why the scientific community is most often full of bullshit, because they talk about things that you can't observe. And so they can easily fudge the numbers. So you guys know about the one about Mercury and Venus? This one's really fun. So I'm going to do a little drawing here. So we all think there's a solar system, right? And the sun's in the center. Okay. And then we've got Earth. Oh, we've got, it's Mercury or Venus that's first. And then we've got, the Mercury and Venus. I think it's Mercury and Venus. And then we've got Earth. When I saw this, it blew my mind. Earth. And then we've got Mars in the solar system. I'm going to show you how anecdotal information is actually more potent than all the information you've learned about the solar system your entire life. I'm going to show you how you cannot physically see Mercury and Venus. And if anybody tells you you can easily disprove this, because the idea of the solar system as we know it is a lie. Okay, so, and if I screw up the order, it doesn't really matter for my point. All we know is that Mercury and Venus are in front of Earth in the solar system, right? Okay, so here we go. Here's some anecdotal information for you, Ardelis. Okay, here's the solar system. Here's the sun in the center, right? As we understand the solar system. There's the first planet, Mercury. There's the second planet, Venus, or they could be interchanged. Doesn't matter. I forget which one's first. And then there's Earth, and then there's Mars, and then there's yada, yada, yada. There's Jupiter, whatever. You of your entire life thought that you could see Mercury and Venus in the night sky. I'm going to show you how that's physically impossible if this is correct, which I don't think it's correct, and that's why we can't actually see them. So would you agree that if Earth is, I'm just going to do a line of sight. Would you agree with me that if this is the sun in the center and Earth is facing out this way, so we all understand that or believe that the Earth spins around, and when we spin towards the sun, it's daytime, and when we spin away from the sun, it's nighttime. Would you agree with that? So people in the chat, tell me would you agree with that sentiment? And there's a bit of a lag here, so I'll kind of wait. But would you agree that when you're facing away from the sun, it's nighttime, and when you're facing the sun, it's daytime? Can we establish that as an observable fact that people would agree with? Because if you can see the sun in the daytime sky, you're facing towards the sun. And if you're facing the nighttime sky, you're facing around away from the sun, correct? Okay. So if you're facing out towards Mars and Jupiter and all the other planets in the outer rings of the solar system at nighttime, how is it physically possible to see Mercury and Venus in the night sky if I'm facing out? But these planets are in front of us in the chain. So I'm facing away from the sun here. Mercury and Venus are here. It doesn't matter where they are in this orbit, right? Because Earth is facing out here. So it doesn't matter if Earth is here and Venus is here, if Earth is here and Venus is here. I'm facing away. It is physically impossible and easily provable to show that there's a flaw in the science. It's observable by the human eye. So anecdotal information is the most important information because it's the human experience. And scientists and these technocrats that are trying to rule the world, they're trying to get you to take a 5th and 6th booster, which I'm sure Ardelis is signed up for all those, and I would encourage her to get those shots, is that when you have science as an overall encompassing body, so it's the scientific community, the instruments and technology that they use, the experts, the so-called experts and all that, they have this worldview, and they want to convince you of it. And in the current situation, what we're talking about, it's climate change. That's where we started with all this, is that they want to show you things that you can't observe and that you need a gatekeeper to understand. And that's where the whole trust the experts things comes in, and so on and so forth. But you can easily observe with your own logic based on their information. I didn't make up the idea of the solar system. This is presented in mainstream science, that you can apply some basic logic and anecdotal evidence to show that it is physically impossible to see those things in the night sky if it's based on what we see or what we thought we've known. And it all falls apart, because that is the thing with the science, and that's how they trick you. And that's how they trick you with all kinds of stuff. I mean, you can go, the flat earth stuff is pretty interesting, folks. I'm not going to make claims about one thing or the other, but the curvature thing is easily disprovable. You can go to any large lake and observe a flat line across a long, and engineers know this stuff. Engineers who build large infrastructure projects like dams and big bridges and big highways across large spans know this. So why don't they account for curvature? It's been a long time, hasn't it? Holy shit. I'm having fun debating some people here. My wife's coming in to give me the proverbial cane on the neck. And it's just so funny. And so I haven't convinced Ardelis of anything, because she knows everything, and her degree has proven that she knows everything she needs to know, and she knows where to get the right information. But I hope that there's still a lot of people in the stream. This is the longest stream we've ever done, with the most amount of people that have stayed in it the whole way through. So I hope that I've shown to you guys some basic logic that you can apply to these people, and they don't let them intimidate you with their fancy degrees, and don't let them intimidate you with their logical fallacies, where they'll call you names and they'll say things like correlation is causation, which any scientist knows is not a proof or evidence of anything. And so she says, oh, I'm married to my own delusion. No, I'm married to my wife, actually, Ardelis. And I realized that you might be a lonely spinster by yourself in your feminist apartment, and going to your feminist events and all that. But no, I'm not married to my delusions. I'm married to my wife. So I'm just going to wrap up and just say, I hope this stuff was valuable to you guys. And we are cranking out a ton of properties on the Homestead Accelerator. And if you want to get on the land and you kind of want the shortcut, go to that link below in the show notes and check it out. And yeah, we've had a lot of people that are really happy. I mean, the course, if you want the Finding the Perfect Homestead Property course and you want to do it yourself, that information is there, and you can learn to do this yourself and how to find the place that you want to be. But if you want us to do it for you, we'll charge you a bit more, but we'll do the work for you, and we'll just present you every single week with homestead properties. So check that out. And yeah, follow me on Twitter if you guys want to hear more of my ramblings at OffGridStone. Subscribe here if you haven't already. Smash the like on the videos. And yeah, folks, we'll see you.